don't want. Should I try? It's okay. It's going to be cool. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please switch off your mobiles or put them on silent. النشيد الوطني. All rise for the national anthem. نرحب بكم في المؤتمر العالمي الخامس لإدارة الطيران. Good morning, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests. It's with great pleasure that we welcome you to the 5th International Aviation Management Conference. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. I would like to invite the university's Vice Chancellor and the Chairman of the conference, Professor Ahmed Al Ali, to address this gathering here today.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th International Aviation Management Conference. This is a significant event, and we are honored to have the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed Al Maktoum, Chairman and Chief Executive of Emirates Airline and Chancellor of Emirates Aviation University. We highly appreciate his continued support, and we thank him for his leadership in advancing the aviation sector. We are proud to build upon the achievement of our previous conferences in 2012, 2014, 2016, and 2022, as we set the stage for a truly remarkable gathering this year. The theme of the conference is Aviation Trends, Advancement, Regulations, and Sustainability. The conference focuses on understanding the latest regulatory and environmental development on the aviation industry, as well as the impact of artificial intelligence in the sector. It serves as a platform for researchers, industry professionals, and experts to share insight on advancement in the aviation technology, regulatory framework, and sustainable practices. This event also provides an ideal opportunity to explore shared interest with delegates from across the aviation sector. Together, we will discuss a diverse range of engaging topics, such as advancement in aviation sustainability, the rise of drones, climate impacts on air travel, evolving regulatory trends in air mobility, and the role of artificial intelligence in enhancing operational efficiency. I would like to specifically thank our strategic partners, Dubai Police, the General Civil Aviation Authority, and of course the Emirates Group, as well as our sponsor, Dubai Duty Free. I also like to extend my gratitude to our keynote speakers and the organizing and technical committees whose dedication has made this event possible. Your continuous support and trust in this conference are greatly appreciated. I wish you a productive and insightful conference and hope you will enjoy your time at Emirates Aviation University over the next 2 days. Thank you very much and welcome to.
Thank you, Professor Al-Ali. May I now welcome keynote speaker, Colonel Engineer Marwan Mohammed Singhal, Director of Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center, Dubai Police, to the stage for his speech.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Professor Ahmed, for your wonderful speech this morning. My name is Colonel Engineer Expert Marwan Singhal. I'm the Director of Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center. I remember once I was an officer in the General Department of Operation in the Dubai Police Headquarters. And suddenly there was a restructure. I was shifted from the General Department of Operation to the aviation sector, the General Department of Airport Security. On the first day I went back home, I said, I will not even stay for more than 1 month in aviation sector. So I was having a chat with my father, and he told me, serve your country the place that suits your country, not suits you. In 9 days, inshallah, exactly in 9 days, I will continue my 20th year in aviation sector. The impact of quality control on aviation security sustainability. If we ask ourselves, why quality control? Why we need the quality control in aviation sector? We always hear or we always feel that the security are always on top in some airports, but not in Dubai. Why quality control? Everybody knows that the quality control have three activities: audit, inspection, and testing. Audit, we audit every single procedures in the airport, every single activity in the airport. Inspection, we choose one of these activities and we go on field to see if it's implemented or no. And testing is to test any activity that it meets the requirements. The quality control in Dubai is very difficult. Everybody knows if you are running a marathon, it's 42.195 kilometers. If you reach to the finishing line and they ask you, are you from Dubai airports? Are you from Dubai? Yes, you need to go one kilometer ahead. Why? Dubai today is a benchmark, especially in aviation. I remember when I came to the airport the first time, it was in 2004, we were trying to be top 10. Today, we are number 1 for the 10th year. Why? Because we have a wonderful team in the airport, and we have a wonderful leader, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed, who is a dream for others. Quality control. I mentioned that we have 3 activities. Why? To ensure compliance with security regulation. Everybody knows that we need to meet the regulations. We need to meet ICAO, GCAA, and the local standard DCAA and Dubai airports. What do you mean by meet the regulations? Why we need to meet these regulations? When you listen or you say international, so the standard must be the same standard which you have in airport X must meet the standard in airport Y. Why? Because they meet together, passengers or airlines or aircrafts meet together. So they must talk the same language. Again, these standards are, to us, as General Department of Airport Security and Dubai airports, it's easy to achieve. But Dubai standard, it's very difficult to achieve, but we achieved it. Ensure resource management. Background check. If I ask you a question, who is the biggest threat for any airport? Some people will say passengers, some people will say visitors. The biggest threat in any aviation sector or any airport, the staff themselves. Why? Because they know every single entrance, every single exit, every single procedure in this airport. So we make sure in our quality control that these procedures are not spread out to anybody who is not related to security. Recruiting. Is it important? Yes. Why? Why recruiting it's something important for us as Dubai Police or as General Department of Airport Security. We choose the right people who can do the job that we want. We recruit the right people to do the job. We recruit the right people to trust. It's very simple and easy to train people to do the job, but it's very difficult to find the people whom you can trust. To us, trust is number 1. Training. In the General Department, we have a Dubai Civil Aviation Security Center. It's certified by ICAO, IATA, and ACI, and GCAA, and DCA. Our training level is very high, And alhamdulillah, thanks God that we reached our, we meet all the requirements for the 5th year 100% with zero. When I'm talking about 100%, we are talking about zero findings. Number 3, minimize security-related disruption. Whenever if any of us is traveling to any country, if you miss your bag, if your bag is delayed, the first thing they say, security. They always blame us. In our quality control, we make sure that we reduce flight delay. We know very well, every minute costs billions. Number 2, we reduce passenger waiting time. What do you mean by waiting time? Why we reduce the waiting time of the passenger at security checkpoints? Because there is duty-free after us. We must meet security and facilitation, they must meet together. Why they must meet together? Everybody, when the airport is a community, it consists of facilitation and security and other entities. Why we need quality control to ensure that we meet, that we talk with our colleagues in facilitation the same language. We talk to each other, not to talk or not to listen, but to understand each other. This is the main thing in communication, not to hear, not to listen, to understand. Risk management resilience. I will concentrate on prevent security breaches. Risks are everywhere. At home, going to your work, coming back from your work. Risk is in everywhere. Some people they get proud. I don't have any risks. Sorry, you have. Why we manage our risk? Why we need to manage our risk? We have a special risk center in the General Department of Airport Security, headed by Brigadier Expert Hamid Al-Hashimi, where we manage our risk trying to minimize these risks for our output to meet the requirements that we targeted to meet it. Security breaches. We hear a lot about security breaches. What do you mean by security breaches? Security breaches, when we talk about, meet the requirements and the first point. Whenever you have a security breaches, it affects point number 1, which meets the requirements, international requirements. We try our best not to have any single finding on Dubai airports. Why? We are trying our best with our partners in the airports to get the trust of the customers, to get the trust of our customers and passengers. Number 5, finally, passengers and stakeholders' trust. Is it important? I visited many airports. I was having a benchmark in many international airports. We always, whenever we do our activities, auditing or benchmarking, we meet twice. We meet security team, then we meet facilitation team. In Dubai, you meet Swan. You're most welcome. We are 2 different teams, but 1 leader, His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Saeed Al Maktoum. Dubai Police, Dubai Airports, GCA, DCAA, Emirates Airlines, we sit together on one table. We drink coffee every morning together. We have our lunch every day together. Sorry. Why? Because we have a wonderful team. Team, together, everybody achieves more. The way that we deal, or the way that we work in Dubai International Airport, it's something very nice. If you want to learn about the methodology of teamwork, one heart, one team, one goal, you're most welcome in Dubai airports. Safe and security feeling. Is it important whenever you're traveling from one airport to other? Is it important to have a safe feeling? Yes, it is. I remember in 2003 when His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, our leader, he gave us an instruction. I don't want to see military uniforms or police uniform in the airport. So what happened is we shifted to a suit, navy blue suit. 2 years later, when ACI came to us and we went through the evaluation of how, do you feel safe in this airport? It decreased slightly. The reason why, they didn't know us that we are police or we are security in this airport. So what happened is, if you see any police officer who is wearing a navy suit, you will find a logo of Dubai police logo here. To tell or to show the passengers that we are Dubai police. Then 2 years after, we went back again to our normal place on the top. Who do all these, or who are responsible for feeling, who is responsible for security breaches, who is responsible for meeting requirements, security breaches? Quality control. If we come back again, we can see that quality control is the main activity that we must implement in any of our daily life activity, at work, at home, anywhere. You will find yourself that you are on the right path. Why? Because one of our security, we always ask ourselves in quality control, what if? Sometimes we take a decision not to go, for example, not to go this way, because it's costly, it will cost us a lot, and we may need it once in 10 years. But if it came during this 10 years, we will lose a lot. The recovery cost will cost us much more than having it from day one. Finally, sorry for taking 1 minute extra from your time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the organizing committee, and I will be available anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel Marwan. I would like to ask keynote speaker, Mr. Oliver Grohman, Executive Vice President, Human Resources, the Emirates Group, to present his speech.
Good morning, Vice Chancellor Dr. Ahmed, dear esteemed guests. Thank you really very much for giving me the opportunity to share some of my thoughts on aviation trends from an HR perspective. My name is Oliver Grohman. I have not spent 20 years, but just a little bit more than 5 years, but I'm proud to contribute to the success of Emirates and Dubai. I'm really honored to contribute to this amazing event, and as I strongly believe that people and innovation are going hand in hand, and I'm really happy to share some of my views. My presentation is in 3 elements. First, I want to provide some context, and then, according to the theme of the conference, I will talk about HR trends in advancements, regulations, sustainability, and if time allows, we will talk a little bit about Q&A and give you the opportunity to ask any question. So what is the context? The future of our airline and of the Emirates Group is defined by our past. We wouldn't have been here if it were not for the vision of our founders. We have been on a remarkable journey, and the future is even more exciting. So our president of the airline, Sir Tim Clark, briefly gave a speech some weeks ago, but I think these eras are also relevant for the group and our Denata businesses. Era 1 was really the initial phase, the establishment and rapid growth. This era was characterized by the foundational efforts to build the airline from the ground up, starting in '85. Denata was even founded in 1959. In 1985, we only started with 2 small aircrafts, so there was a vision. Era 3 represented a phase of growth and expansion. This included the airline's significant network development, the fleet expansion, especially our A380 fleet, and enhancements of service offerings that positioned Emirates as a global leader in the aviation industry. And now we are approaching a new era. We call it Era 3. Era 3 in the context of envisioning a new era for air travel focused on innovation, sustainability, and technological advancements, modernizing the aviation industry, incorporating more efficient aircraft, enhancing customer experience with advanced technologies, and of course addressing environmental concerns. Era 3 will be driven by forward thinking, advanced technologies, maybe pilot-led planes without a pilot, and of course ESG, environment, social and governance principles. And finally, if we look at the context, I think we have to see everything in the light of what's happening here in Dubai, the growth of this city. We have a clearly defined Dubai 33 strategy. We see a push towards geocentricity and a pull towards Dubai. And don't forget, we have announced that we will build a new airport, one of the biggest and most modern aviation hubs. And I can just echo what the speaker right before me has said. I just arrived from Amsterdam last night, and if I compare in Amsterdam on Europe airport with our airport here, we have already achieved a lot, and you feel so safe and everything is so well organized. But what is ahead of us is just more. So that's the context. And I will now try to talk about the HR trends, talking about advancements, regulations, and sustainability. When we see the various advancements in the HR space, we see I want to focus here on 4 different areas: technological and digital advancements, a focus on employee, a people centricity, policies and procedures, and a focus on people and career development. Let's talk about technology and digital advancements first. Of course, everybody knows about the trends of AI, artificial intelligence. AI is influencing the HR strategy significantly. We have started to use AI for our recruitment processes, especially for candidate screening. But technology is now also used for enhanced employee experience, by using chatbots and virtual assistants. We have a lot of time. We save a lot of time and improve the effectiveness of our processes by using predictive analytics. And I think we have only started to look into that. We will use robotics process automation in our onboarding processes. And we are already using AI in recruitment for digital interview screening of volume roles. So instead of recruiters watching hundreds and hundreds, in our case thousands and thousands of applications online, AI is doing that for us. The potential of technology in HR is endless, and as we like to call it in aviation, the sky is the limit. We also see more and more virtual onboarding platforms. Organizations such as IBM and Accenture have developed comprehensive digital onboarding programs that offer new hires a structured and interactive introduction to the company culture, processes, and policies. We will implement IXR early next year. What is IXR? Extended virtual reality. Our new joiners, when they're still in their home country, will have the opportunity to interact with us through an online platform where they will interact with the HR department, where they will already be able to meet other colleagues, other new joiners, and they will be able to experience Dubai. And all of that online in a virtual environment, which will then be directly connected to the real life that they will experience when they arrive in Dubai. We are very excited about that. Technology process integration. We see HR information systems and mobile applications simplifying administrative tasks, such as payroll, benefits management, and employee records, increasing efficiency and accessibility for both the HR team, HR department, and the employee. So there's a lot going on in technology and digitalization, and I could probably spend the entire 20 minutes on that, but I want to stop here. The next topic is a focus on the employee, a people centricity. A growing emphasis on employee health and well-being is shaping the HR strategies of all companies. Organizations that prioritize mental health support, well-being programs, and work-life balance tend to experience lower turnover and higher productivity, contributing to overall business success. We as Emirates are driving significant and several initiatives on physical and mental health in the workplace. We have activated employee assistance programs, not only in Dubai, but internationally, for potential undergoing of hardships and crises. We have various well-being initiatives rolled out in the last 12 months, including online financial well-being webinars, in-person health screenings, and well-being benefit guides. But this is only becoming more and more relevant. Another trend we see is diversity and inclusion. We have made a number of policy changes to support diversity and inclusion. For example, our maternity policy and parental leave. We support and promote external initiatives like the Noura initiative to have focus on awareness raising around gender diversity and diversity in general. In line with Dubai's focus, we are also working on more initiatives to support people of determination. The last point here I want to touch on is connecting workforce to culture. We need to meet the needs of our generations, especially the youth. I think also here the Dubai government is leading the way and has focused a lot on the youth and listening to the youth and making the youth a driving force. The young generation, the youth, is placing great focus on value alignment into everything we do. Today, we have at least 4 different generations working together at our workplace. This is very exciting, but also needs to be managed very well. And in the next few years, we will see many, many new and young people entering the workforce, and we have to be ready for that. The next point is policies and procedures. We focus on rewarding and recognizing our employees, and I think this is something that will become more and more relevant in future. At Emirates, we have a long history and rolled out initiatives like Najm, Shukrans, and actually this week, on the 20th of November, we will celebrate our Najm Chairman's Award, headed by our chairman, Sheikh Ahmed, where we will bring all our people together and celebrate the highest level of recognition across the Emirates Group. The last point here is development and career development, looking into the careers of people. The rapid pace of technology changes requires continuous learning and skill development among employees. All companies are investing in learning and development programs, offering opportunities for employees to upskill and reskill, which will not only enhance the individual potential, but more important, also helps organizations to stay competitive. Various programs at Emirates have been rolled out to develop our people. For example, leadership programs in partnership with esteemed organizations like INSEAD Business School, leadership programs for our commercial colleagues, station managers, etc. Oops. Yes. The next slide is on HR trends on regulations. Oh, we left the full screen mode. Thanks. I want to talk about 3 areas here: data protection, employee regulations, and operational compliance. Let me start with data protection. With increasing concerns about employee data privacy, such as GDPR in Europe, HR must ensure that data handling practices regarding employee information are compliant with regulations, enhancing training on data protection measures within the organization. We are only at the beginning and have started to analyze our processes to ensure readiness and compliance at any single point of time, at any place in the world. It's extremely critical for us as a global organization to follow all these different laws and regulations in every single country. Employee regulations. We see regulations surrounding health and safety that have been heightened, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. HR has the responsibility to implement and manage new health protocols, ensuring training and resources are provided to employees to comply with these regulations. Probably one of the biggest challenges for us, if we look at our global businesses outside of the UAE, is following the trends in labor laws, managing unions and works councils. We observe ongoing changes in labor laws, such as those related to employee classification, minimum wages, overtime. All that requires the HR departments to stay informed, adjust policies, and not only remain compliant, but also be able to drive the business and make sure that we can still manage our business in an effective way. As a global company, we need to monitor that carefully and really be up to speed. The last point here is operational compliance. New regulations require airlines to implement fatigue risk management systems to manage crew fatigue, ensuring safer operations. HR plays a vital role in developing policies that monitor and manage work schedules to comply with these regulations, promoting employee well-being. With our extended network and our extended number of destinations and long-haul flights, this will only become more and more relevant. Regulations surrounding health and safety have been heightened. We as HR need to implement and manage new health protocols, ensuring training resources are provided to employees to comply with all these regulations. Finally, let's talk about sustainability. There are 4 areas I would like to discuss, and I will combine sustainable operations and sustainable work practices towards the end. Let me start with training programs. Training initiatives focus on educating employees about sustainable practices, including energy-efficient operations, waste reduction, and environmentally friendly behaviors in their daily work routines. At Emirates, we have various sustainability courses on our online platform, My Learning Zone. Sustainable strategies, environment sustainability at Emirates, how tech drives sustainability, etc., etc. This is a long-term change, and it's about creating awareness, ensuring know-how transfer, and a joint push. Employee engagement. HR is increasingly involving employees in sustainability initiatives, encouraging them to participate in programs such as carbon offsetting, recycling efforts, and community outreach focused on environmental awareness. Both Emirates and Denata do a wonderful job at this with our Emirates Foundation and Denata for Good. We also recognize our employees for ESG-related initiatives, and at the Chairman's Award, which I mentioned earlier, we have a newly created pillar of ESG, which will be recognized later this week. Last but not least, sustainable work practices and operations. We also focus on our commitment to the communities we operate in. There is a growing recognition of the connection between employee well-being and sustainability. HR initiatives aim to create a work environment that supports healthy lifestyles, which can include promoting sustainable commuting options, employee wellness programs, and others. As we operate across the globe, this is just another exciting and challenging activity that requires our full attention. And last but not least, we have a role to play when it comes to review operations processes jointly with our business to see how we can improve our environmental footprint. Thank you very much for your time and interest. As you can see, there are many, many challenges ahead of us, but I'm confident that we are well positioned as the Emirates Group, including our Emirates Aviation University, but also Dubai under the strong leadership of our government and Sheikh Mohammed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. If anyone would like to ask any questions for Mr. Oliver? Yeah. The mic, please. Yeah. Yes,
Do we have
please.
a mic?
You have a mic?
I think we can hear you.
It's okay.
I will repeat the question. Please. Your question is if AI will replace the human being. I think it's a great question. There's obviously a big concern from many people for 2 reasons. One, will we have less jobs in future? Is AI a risk towards employment in general? But the other concern is also, is there a lack of human empathy if everything is in a certain level of being biased if we apply AI and technology? My personal view is that we had several innovation periods over the last decades, and there was always a concern that with automation, with process improvement, jobs would become less. And the reality was always that the number of jobs were the same, but the kind of jobs have changed. And this is why we need to focus on cross-skilling, reskilling. Everybody individually and organizations have to make sure that we are well aware of what's going on. How do I apply technology? Not everybody has to be a coder, but we should know what technology can do and cannot do. And the other thing I think we need to carefully watch, and we do this when we started to implement AI in our recruitment processes. I can use technology to handle volume processes, but I still have to make sure that I double check with human beings using our heart, our brains, our soul to make sure that technology is not biased and then we still have a human touch to everything we do. So I think at the moment we are just exploring initially what is possible with AI, and hopefully we will have a co-pilot system in future where technology will help us to be more efficient, but still the human factor will be relevant. Thank you.
Another question?
Okay.
As you mentioned in your speech, there will be new advancements regarding technology. Will that be a challenge when it comes to budgeting? Thank you.
That's a very good question. I think so. My team has just created a long list of new technologies which we would like to implement as HR across the Emirates Group, and we will soon start our budgeting process for the next 2 years, and I'm looking forward to the challenging conversations. But you're absolutely right. It doesn't come free of cost. There is investment required, and I think it's on us to present business cases. If we use technology, what can we achieve? Not only with regards to cost saving, but also with regards to higher staff engagement, with regards to better productivity and just better experience both for the employee, but also for the leaders of our organization. But yes, it's not free of charge, and one other challenge for us as a global organization obviously is that we do not only have one system, we have many different tools and systems across the globe, and as Emirates Airline we are quite standardized and hub-driven, and Denata is more decentralized and very internationally spread across the globe with many smaller entities, where we will have to be smart in how we apply technology and roll out our technology roadmap.
Any other questions?
Okay, so thank you very much. I have 2 questions. My name is Enoch. The first one borders on your diversity and inclusion policy, especially relating to social mobility of talent. So we understand that remote working is making it possible for you to expand your diversity and inclusion initiatives. But most importantly, some talent want that physical immersion in the organization because it provides a more nuanced experience as compared to the remote one. So my first question is, I want to know what your social mobility plans for talent are. And number 2, for the past 3 years, your mandatory courses for employees still do not have sustainability as one of the critical mandatory courses. You have GDPR, anti-bribery and corruption, and what have you. What is your plan? Are you still considering sustainability as an essential course, or you think it is time it is moved to the mandatory course outlines? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't understand the first question. Let me start with the second question. We have mandatory courses and programs always when it's required by law. I think as a HR function, we have to be mindful of what really helps our business. I don't want to implement something just for the sake of ticking boxes. Sustainability obviously is a very important topic, but it has to be integrated in our overall business development. And when the business in certain parts or regions require certain ESG focus areas, we as HR will partner with the business and come up with the requirements and the training programs. But only if there is a legal requirement, we will make it really mandatory. Obviously, if we want to change culture, we can also consider that. But again, that is something we would always do in close partnership with the business. And again, Emirates has different requirements than, for example, Denata or the different Denata businesses. So that's something we will always consider on a case-by-case basis. But yes, ESG is becoming more relevant and will be further ingrained in our L&D setup. Sorry, I didn't get your first question. Can I? Mobility of talents? Yes, this is obviously something I mentioned, especially being in Dubai. I think we are very proud and grateful for being so well positioned at the moment. If I see what's going on across the globe, we not only that we have a tax-free environment, a very safe environment, a very well-organized environment, versus political and economical instabilities in Europe, in the US, in Australia, and South America, we will see a pull towards Dubai, and we are working closely with the Dubai government to bring people here, but also to retain talent here in Dubai, according to the Dubai 33 strategy. Dubai, people mobility is important for us as a global business, and we have mobility programs both on the Emirates side and the Denata side, where we rotate talent and either make sure that we send specific niche skills to certain markets, or that we bring niche skills here to Dubai. But again, as we are based in Dubai, I think we have a competitive advantage at the moment, and the attractiveness of Dubai is helping us as the Emirates Group here in Dubai for sure. There was one other question here, I think.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Post-COVID-19 is a concern for growing interest in employees' mental well-being, with evidence showing that some are still grappling with post-traumatic disorder. What initiatives are in place to deal with this? There are equally concerns over the impact of climate change, impact on emotional well-being of employees. What steps are in place to deal with this? Some of these growing demands on emotional well-being and care from a group's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very specific question, which I think I'm not able to answer. I can tell you that we have experts both on the medical front who look into all of that, who are not only well qualified, but who also partner with all kinds of external organizations. We have teams of psychologists within the Emirates Group who look into this. We're working closely with organizations like GCAA to understand the concerns and find solutions for that. But I'm personally not able to give you really detailed solutions here or an answer. But I can tell you that we take that very seriously and definitely have solutions in place. But again, I think it's really important, and that's another thing which I see really as a unique setup here in our case, is the strong collaboration between government, police, immigration, GCAA and other organizations to look at the challenges jointly and look at solutions jointly. Something which I do not see in other parts of the world like Europe or the US, where it's often isolated. Here, we look at these challenges jointly and then find joint solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
carry on. Thank you. Okay, we'll carry on. I'm now welcoming keynote speaker, Mr. Muhammad Abu Bakr Farah, ACAO Middle East Regional Director, to present his speech.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Dr. Ahmed Al-Ali, Vice Chancellor, Emirates Aviation University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is wonderful to be here in my home country, especially in Dubai. And I wish to begin today by expressing my sincere gratitude to Emirates Aviation University for their very kind invitation to join their very elite participant present with us today for this important conference. Today I will provide you with a briefing on aviation trends in terms of advancement, regulation, and sustainability from an ICAO perspective. The agenda will be mainly focusing on the technological advancement in aviation, new business opportunities, challenges, ICAO regulation framework, and sustainability and environment initiative. Of course, I would take moments to basically describe the International Civil Aviation Organization. ICAO is a United Nations specialized agency established by the states in 1944 and creating what we know as Chicago Convention to manage and govern the convention known as Chicago Convention. As we stand today, I think it's worth to mention ICAO's age today is around 80 years. We're celebrating, I think, in the December this year, the 80th anniversary of the creation of ICAO. One of ICAO's main roles is to develop global standard and recommended practice, policies, guidance material, undertake compliance, audits, including SSP assessment, foster the development of the regional air navigation plans and capacity building. ICAO have 5 strategic objectives. First one is safety, capacity and efficiency, security and facilitation, economic development, and environmental protection. Also, we have within ICAO 7 priorities area. And for today's conference, we'll mainly concentrate on the advanced air mobility as a new trend, cybersecurity, and long-term aspiration goal on CO2 known as LTAG. All of this actively support the innovation of emerging technologies to enhance safety at the global level. In addition, ICAO stress the importance of collaborative effort with the member states, industry, academia across the region to make effective progress. Urban air mobility is a new revolution in transportation system and transforming urban transportation by leveraging advanced air vehicle to elevate traffic congestion and provide efficient transportation solution. Advanced air mobility is integrating with the urban infrastructure to enable seamless aerial transportation, connecting urban centers, and offering new mobility options for passengers. Advanced air mobility also is experiencing a rapid technological advancement, including electrical vehicle takeoff and landing known as eVTOL, advanced air traffic management system, and automation flight capabilities. The advancement of innovative propulsion systems such as electric and hybrid engines is revolutionizing aircraft propulsion, offering greater sustainability and efficiency, including aerodynamic innovation, materials, and manufacturing. Advancement in the supersonic and hypersonic technology are paving the way for faster and more efficient air travel, opening new frontiers for the industry. Predictive maintenance, technology, leveraging AI and data analytics enable proactive aircraft maintenance, reducing downtime, optimizing maintenance schedule, and enhancing overhaul fleet reliability. Advancement in automation and digitalization are optimizing air traffic management, leading to improved efficiency, safety, and capacity, including the remote tower technology and advanced surveillance system and collaborative decision-making platform. Technological advancements have led to immersive in-flight entertainment system offering passengers a wide range of entertainment options for more enjoyable travel experience, including connectivity and communication. Opportunities in the aviation sector. The aviation sector benefits from technological advancement, including digitalization and analytics and automation, enhancing operation efficiency, safety, and passenger experience. Aviation sector also explore innovative business models to diversify revenue stream and adopt changing consumer preference. In addition, the aviation industry has opportunity for market expansion, especially in emerging economies, driving growth through new routes, increased connectivity, and rising demand for air travel. Of course, when we have opportunities, we have challenges. Among the challenges facing the aviation sector, economic uncertainties, increasing pressure to address environmental concern, and integration of new technologies would introduce cybersecurity risk, limited infrastructure, and advanced air mobility, airspace integration, and regulation. Now, I'll give you an ICAO perspective in terms of the regulation that we're working on at this stage. Beside the 19 annexes developed and published by ICAO, which cover all the aviation standards, ICAO recently published ICAO Annex 6, Part 4, International Operation Remotely Piloted Aircraft System, known as AirPass, which is that was the first edition. In addition, also ICAO established the Remotely Piloted Aircraft System Panel to coordinate and develop ICAO standard and recommended practice to facilitate a safe, secure, and efficient integration of remotely piloted aircraft into non-segregated aircraft and aerodromes. In terms of regulatory development of advanced air mobility, the 41st session of the ICAO Assembly recognized that the rapidly evolving advanced air mobility ecosystem calls to work to be undertaken by ICAO, as well as the potential need for globally harmonized framework. Then ICAO Secretariat established the Advanced Air Mobility Study Group in light of the rapid technological advancement of the new entrants and the potential impact on aviation ecosystem. The Advanced Air Mobility Study Group assists the Secretariat in developing holistic vision framework regarding advanced air mobility. In relation of cybersecurity, the latest 41st session of the ICAO Assembly adopted unanimously Resolution A41-19 on addressing cybersecurity in civil aviation. The ICAO Aviation Cybersecurity Strategy was developed and endorsed by the Council on 2022. In addition, ICAO, in the process of developing guidance material for GNSS interference and spoofing, an issue of particular concern in the mid-region, and some safety initiatives are being taken at the mid-region level to address the issue of GNSS spoofing. In terms of sustainability, ICAO is aligning with the global climate goals like Paris Agreement to reduce aviation environmental impact. And the keys of sustainability initiative, CORSIA, which stands for Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, aiming to cap CO2 emission from an international flights at 2020 level to achieve carbon neutral growth through carbon offsetting. The year 2024 marks the start of the first phase of ICAO carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for the international aviation, with 126 volunteer states. Net zero emission goal, also one of the initiatives that ICAO working, in line with the global climate goals. ICAO has endorsed a long-term global aspiration goal known as ALTAC to achieve net zero CO2 emission in aviation by 2050, encouraging the adoption of new technologies, alternative fuel, and operational efficiency. ICAO is promoting the use of SAF as a key element to reduce aviation carbon footprint, and SAF known as sustainable aviation fuels. 150 states and organizations are now part of ICAO Assistant Capacity Building and Training Program for the SAF known as ACT-SAF. The third ICAO Conference on Aviation and Alternative Fuel, CAF3, was held in Dubai November last year, whose outcome was an adoption of a global framework and a global target of 5% reduction in CO2 emission by 2030. ICAO now is working on the development of a roadmap that will guide member states to implement a global framework. ICAO is closely monitoring the development and the certification of electric and hybrid aircraft as part of its long-term goal to decarbonize aviation. These aircraft could provide a greater solution, particularly for short and medium-haul flights. To conclude, advanced air mobility and neutrons offer numerous opportunities. By embracing innovation and working together, we can create a new era in aviation that is inclusive of a broad range of users and operation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish to have a good conference.
Any questions for Mr. Muhammad? Yes? We'll get you the mic, just a minute.
Yes, regarding the net zero CO2, can you elaborate on that?
Well, to be honest, there is an ongoing panel, because there is an ongoing a study group in that. And I think by 2050, there is ICAO Assembly resolution to be 2050 at a net zero, where basically we try to eliminate the footprint of aviation on the globe, where we'll have a net zero aviation emission.
Because I'm not engineer, but what I understand, like if you're removing fuel and going full electric, or if you're going full electric, you need a, I don't know, like something like a charging source. Here in UAE, I think we rely more on oil. So we are diverting the pollution or somewhere else and cleaning somewhere else. So
definitely, thank you for this question. Definitely, there is some engineering and innovative ideas are in the pipelines. And I think that's, as an ICAO and the world decided now, we will go into this era. That's an open door for manufacturing, and also to drive the industry to actually create that or meet that requirement all the state and the globe organization decided to do. So I think it's a little bit early to actually give you an engineering perspective out of it, but I think there is some extensive work is going at the moment, and people are coming with innovative ideas.
thank you.
Any other question? Here.
What do you think is the time frame for this initiative to be implemented? Thank you.
Well, of course, there is different timelines for different program that we have. For example, if you look into the 5% reduction using SAF, the timeline is 2030. And then if you go for the net zero, which is 2050. So each project working with the industry have a different timelines together, but very important to actually highlight in here. And ICAO doesn't work in solo. ICAO works with the actual state because it's an organization that is actually work together with the state and academia, and they working together to decide the timeline that's suitable for the industry. Also, we take into consideration, ICAO set a minimum standards that all countries should really adopt and comply with. Sometimes it's not the highest standard, but it is the standard that the whole world really should adopt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad.
Thank you.
May I now kindly ask keynote speaker, Mr. Steve Allen, Chief Executive Office, DANATA, to present his speech.
Morning, Assalamu alaikum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure for me to present to you about an aviation conference because I think I hold the record so far of being in the aviation industry for 31 years. And I joined straight from university. I went to Nottingham University, did a geography degree, wondered what I'd do with the geography degree, and decided that I knew a lot of places in the world that you could fly to. And so maybe aviation was my calling. And I have to say it's been a fantastic journey and a great privilege to be here in Dubai right now, where I would call the hub of the future of aviation. So I'm going to present to you today a little bit from a DANATA perspective around the regulations, advancement and sustainability in the industry. And a quick reminder about DANATA. It's a homegrown brand. 1959 we were founded here as actually a travel agency, and then we went on to develop the airport and indeed help with the birth of Emirates and Fly Dubai. But right now we are a global air and travel service provider all over the world, 35 countries, and in fact I think it's 37 now. So really involved in the industry all over the world, and I wanted to give you more of a global perspective on what's happening in the aviation industry at the moment, and particularly from a ground handling point of view. We also do airline catering, we do travel agencies, but I thought I'd focus today mainly on the airport ground handling. Now, anybody who's worried about having a job in the aviation industry should take a look at this. Over the next sort of 20, 25 years, we think there's going to be 4 billion more air travelers than there are today. That growth is quite amazing. And imagine the airports that we're going to have to build. Imagine the air traffic control that we're going to have to manage. Imagine the number of jobs that are going to be created in the aviation industry as a result of this tremendous growth. And when you think of what we're doing here in Dubai, where we're going to expand from an airport which currently facilitates 90 million passengers a year to 260 million passengers a year once Al Maktoum is fully built, we're going to make a major contribution to that change. Not only are we going to have to build significant infrastructure, but we're going to have to optimize. If we do what we do today in the fragmented way that we do it, with regulation that is fragmented around the world, with multiple customers who want different things, with multiple entities in the airports who all plow their own furrow, then we're not going to be successful in generating this capacity. And I hold Dubai as a real example of how this can work. We talked earlier on about the collaboration that goes on between everybody who works here in the aviation industry. Whether it's the GCAA, the DCAA, Customs, Immigration, Emirates, DANATA, we all report to one person, but we also have the same vision and goal of what we want from aviation. And that is not the same all over the world. Since COVID, I've traveled to many airports, and I can see real dyssynergies from people trying to compete for conflicting parts of the airport. If I think of Europe, the fragmentation has meant that we've seen big disruption to aviation, whether it's to do with the air traffic control in Europe or whether it's to do with what happens on the ground with the lack of resources. All that time here, people going through Dubai have said what a fantastic place it is for aviation. And that's enhanced our reputation around the world. So what are the challenges for ground handling? Well, that airport congestion really leads to what I would call unpredictable operations, delays, lost baggage, aircraft in the wrong place, multiple players sharing airport facilities, getting in each other's way, crashing into each other, hopefully on the ground, not the aircraft. Safety and security risk from complexity. This is something that we need to focus and change when we come to regulation. Oliver talked about the attraction of the industry for workers. We saw after the COVID pandemic, a lot of people had left aviation. They'd gone off to work in Amazon or in McDonald's. And certainly in my world, where I have many blue-collar workers, they'd found jobs in other areas of industry. We've had to bring back millions of workers, and we have millions more to recruit. And we need to make sure we're attractive for people to come to aviation. And all the things that Oliver was talking about in terms of being a modern industry, making sure we care for people's well-being, making sure people can see a career progression and a future, is vitally important to attracting workers back to the industry. And then, of course, there's the drive for sustainability. There's no doubt that aviation, I think, gets a fair share of criticism for its impact on the environment, and probably an unfair share when you look at actually the impact the aviation industry has. But we need to be doing the right thing. We need to be moving in the right direction. And we've seen the advancements with sustainable aviation fuel in the air, and I'll talk a little bit about what that means on the ground. And then finally, we talk about investment, but it's a low-margin industry. The average margin for an airline over the last 30 years has been 3%. If I put my money in the bank, I can get 5.5% right now. So where is the money coming from to invest in this business, to invest in the technology, invest in the people, invest in the infrastructure? We need to make sure that we hold those margins to be able to reinvest both in the air and on the ground. So let's move on to regulation. So in my world, there's a lack of standardization. Donato, you can see, has 70+ regulatory authorities that we deal with. So if we talk about the GCAA and the DCAA here in Dubai, imagine there's one of those in every place that we operate. And whilst we do an incredible job, and all of the aviation authorities do an incredible job, they don't necessarily all sing from the same hymn sheet. And we need to make sure we get greater standardization. We deal with 330 different airlines. Every airline has its own operating manual. Most of them think that theirs is the best. Why can't we get the way that we turn around a 777 in an airport to be exactly the same no matter which airline you're working for and no matter which airport you're in? Imagine the synergies you get on training, on equipment, on technology if everybody did everything the same way. And let's face it, the customer doesn't really care how you turn around a 777 as long as it goes on time with their bag and they have a nice comfy seat and some great food. So we need to make things a lot more simple. So we're working with agencies, ICAO, IATA, the ASA, which is the Aviation Services Association, which is an association of ground handlers, to try and standardize what we do. IATA has the IATA ground handling manual, which we are suggesting most airlines adopt and most airports adopt around the world, giving greater standardization of the processes. We have ISAGO, which is the IATA safety audit, which, again, if everybody used the same ground operations manual, we could then audit for safety against the same set of rules, and that would bring massive efficiencies to audit programs and quality programs. And then from a pharmaceutical point of view, as an example, IATA has the CEIV certification about how we transport and handle pharmaceuticals. So lots of great work going on by the agencies. I think the greatest recent example is in Europe. The European Aviation Safety Agency has recently this year actually adopted the standards put forward by IATA and by ASA as the standards for European aviation on the ground. And that is a major step forward for us as we try and synergize across our business. When you come on to advancements in technology, I put it into 3 pillars. You've got autonomy. Now, everybody talks to me about at an airport, why can't every vehicle on the ground just be an autonomous vehicle? I think there's obvious risks to that. We are actually trying autonomous vehicles, trialing autonomous vehicles at DWC right now. But an airport is a risky, dangerous place. I remember in the old days, about 20 years ago, everybody was talking about autonomous vehicles in San Francisco and wandering around Silicon Valley. How much progress have we actually made in 20 years with autonomy? I think we're getting closer, but there's still quite a long way to go before we can trust autonomous vehicles in such an unsafe environment. But we are using drones in our cargo warehouses to do inventory management. We're using drones to do aircraft checks for engineering. We are using, for example, the jetties that you have in airports. You can now, in some airports, they're automatically connected onto the aircraft. Nobody needs to drive them, so there's an autonomous jetties around. So there's definitely opportunities for more autonomy in the industry. On visual AI and robotics, visual AI, we have examples like Berlin Airport, where they're now using cameras, digital cameras, overseeing aircraft to be able to judge every event that is happening on the aircraft turnaround and to be able to hold each of the ground handling and the various entities handling the aircraft to account through a single control center in Berlin Airport, where they can oversee the whole of airport operations. And it's something that we're moving towards here in Dubai as well, using the digital camera capability. So that then turns into more predictive analytics, where you can look at how every aircraft is turning, predict when they're going to be departing, and therefore predict how you can fix the on-time departure, how you can mend any issues that go on, but also how you can predict what's going to happen in that airport for the rest of the day based on the departure punctuality, maybe due to weather or other reasons that are impacting on it. So more predictability. That visual AI, that detailed tracking of everything that's happening in an airport can lead to more empowerment for robotics, because if you've got that data, you can actually feed it into the autonomous vehicles, into the robots that you've got to do the tasks that they're required to do. And then finally, optimization of data. Huge amounts of data generated in our industry. And how do we use that more effectively to be able to control operations, to be able to control airspace, and make sure that really what we're moving into is an AI world of predictability in terms of what's being delivered in the airfields. But all of this is going to require collaboration across the many entities involved. It's going to require investment so that we can A, trial and test all of this capability, but B, bring it into the real world. Quite often it costs more than the standard equipment that we have today. And in particular, quite often now, it costs more than simply using human capital to do work. So collaboration and investment key from a technology point of view. And then finally on sustainability. So this year we announced that we'd achieved an 8.4% reduction in CO2 emissions per turnaround. Now that's a good number. It's not a great number, it's a good number. So we're heading towards double figures in the reductions, but we have the solutions on the ground. We've committed to a $210 million investment in what I call green first equipment. And what that means is we've signed global agreements with manufacturers that if we can put a piece of sustainable equipment on the ground, then that's where we'll go first. But what's holding us back is that the airports themselves don't have the charging capability to be able to support that. They might not have the plug sockets in the right places, but it might be that the whole grid of the airport cannot cope with the amount of electricity that would be drawn down. So we need to work very closely with ACI and all of the airports to make sure that we have the infrastructure available to support electric, We also need to look at other things like in Dubai Airport right now, we've just moved to biofuel on all equipment this year, so a major step forward there, but also hydrogen fuel, particularly for the heavier equipment that we use. Again, requires investment and infrastructure. And then also use of renewable energy, so solar panels. I believe recently it was announced that all 3 terminal buildings at the airport are going to have solar panels on the roof going forwards. We have our engineering facilities, our cargo facilities with solar capability. But also the massive capability of the Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Energy Centre out in the desert, which now feeds a lot of our grid, will mean that upstream we're actually gathering electricity to be used at the airport rather than producing it at the airport itself. And I think that's a real example of where there can be collaboration not only inside the airport but across the whole city. And then finally, 65% of waste diverted from landfill in 23-24, a very easy thing to do, to decide that you're not just going to put everything in the bin in a truck and send it out to the desert. So really sort of championing all those sustainability issues across our network and across Dubai. So in conclusion, we've seen this sort of massive growth in the aviation industry. How are we going to cope? We need greater collaboration, more investment on a massive scale to meet the demand for air travel. Regulations, we need to standardize, we need to collaborate more effectively so we can really optimize the use of those airports. And advancements in technology are happening quite slowly in our industry. They require investment, they require collaboration, but we're on the right track. And from a sustainability point of view, it's definitely on the agenda, but we need more commitment. We need more prioritization, and we need more collaboration. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Steve? Whoa, got a lot of questions. Okay, Abish, here, please.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. 3 questions. One was whether you think Nottingham Forest would win the Premier League this season, but before I get to that, 2 less serious questions. One is that you've got a lot of competition in ground handling from DHL, Menzies, Swissport and others. What's the plan in terms of the strategy to try and make Donata unique compared to those? And then the second question is, back in April in Dubai, we were vividly reminded of the impacts of extreme weather. And the question is, what's the strategy for Donata in terms of climate change, adaptation and mitigation in the future? Because I suspect ground handling will be incredibly impacted by future climate change.
Thank you. Well, the first question, I am a Nottingham Forest fan, but I'm also a Liverpool fan, and I'm hoping they've got a better chance of winning the Premier League this year. Second question, I think in terms of competition, we're quite unique because we're an air service company, so we do catering, handling, cargo handling and travel. So we're integrated across the value chain in terms of what happens within the aviation industry, so we need to use that more effectively. But we also we can see this future of where Donata currently is largely a manpower provider, and in the future where you have more autonomy, more optimization, you're going to have to be more into technology and more into the future equipment. So we're really shifting ourselves into thinking about what the equipment of the future will look like, how do we provide that, and how do we, I guess, influence how it's designed to make sure that we are providing the best and most innovative equipment of any provider anywhere in the world. And secondly, that we think about sustainability when we're thinking about that as well, so that we're seen to be the sort of the go-to company when it comes to the equipment side. I think the last question, you just remind me what that was?
The last question was just the impact of climate change on ground handling.
The impact of climate change, yeah. I think that was an interesting exercise, I guess I could say, because Dubai has not been used to disruption of that magnitude. Other places of the world have snow, ice, all sorts of different challenges on a regular basis. And when I worked at Heathrow, we used to have 65 days of weather disruption a year. So we got really good at managing it. When you only have one in a decade, we're not as practiced as they are in other parts of the world, and it's fair to say that we've learned a lot from that incident. And I think that's where it comes to. We have to have control procedures that mean that from top to bottom in the organisation of an airport, there are clear decisions being made that are made based on the best possible information, possibly involving huge amounts of data that can do more predictability for you about what's going to happen next, so that we can then manage whatever situation is thrown at us. And I think that's how best to manage disruption. You can have all the right different types of equipment, in northern parts of the world, de-icing equipment and snow plows and things like that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much equipment you have, how much capability you have in the people. It's about the effective control and coordination of all of those resources at a disruptive day. And I think that's what we need to get better at all over the world.
You take one more question? Yes?
Since I already have the mic. I'm based in Australia, and I'm fascinated. This is the first presentation I've been to in a long time where somebody in the aviation sector asked for more regulation.
For more, sorry?
For more regulation.
Mechanisation?
No, regulation.
Oh, regulation, yes.
Forgive my accent, I'm very sorry. But one of the issues, as you've alluded to, is you are one of multiple providers at every airport around the world. Mm-hmm. But what you're also talking about here is situationally specific. Most of this is going to be provided by the airport, not by the ground handler. Mm-hmm. So without that kind of centralized global regulation, how are you going to get the airports in this low margin sector to make the investments in technology that you need in order to optimize your process?
That's a great question. So I think as the ASA, which is the Air Services Association, which is a relatively young association of all of the ground handlers all over the world, we're looking to work much more closely with ACI and with the airports about how we can get the cooperation from the airports at building the infrastructure in a way that best meets our needs. And that's something that we've set as a task going forward, to be much closer to the ACI and ensure that those conversations are happening on the ground. And the reason why I think regulation is really important, and you're right, people don't normally ask for regulation, is when you don't have any, then there's the risk of chaos. What we don't need is a regulator telling us how to do our job. What we need is a regulator that's telling us what the broad framework is that we need to operate within. And that will help to sort of guide us in terms of getting more consistency, both on the ground and with the ground handlers and with the airport itself. So, I think regulators are very, very important in an industry that is essentially fragmented and a huge safety risk. We just need to get that level of regulation right, and at the moment it's not really there. What we're working with is a series of guidelines, which means that it's optional, which means that people tend to think that they can do better than the guideline, and they do it their own way.
Thank you, Mr. Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a quick 20 minutes break and commence at 10:50 a.m. So I appreciate if I can have everyone here in the auditorium by 10:50. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with our keynote speakers. I would like to ask keynote speaker, Mr. Kashif Khalid, Regional Director, OSS Africa and Middle East IATA, to present his speech.
Hello, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. First and foremost, on behalf of the International Air Transport Association, I would like to thank Emirates Aviation University as well as the government of Dubai, UAE, ICAO, as well as the leadership of the United Arab Emirates for giving IATA the opportunity. What I wanted to do was really provide an overview on the IATA narrative of how we see the industry evolving, but also what are some of the trends that we see in the industry that are going to shape the next 5, 10, 15 years when it comes to air travel. So, as mentioned by many of our fellow speakers before me, we're still seeing that traffic is growing. Traffic is growing at a slightly diminishing pace from previous years, but the good news is that the industry is going to witness growth. From COVID, as you can see, we've had a resurgence of air travel. Some people call it revenge travel, but both when aviation from a passenger perspective was impacted due to COVID, we saw cargo taking center stage. Now what we're seeing is a return to pre-pandemic levels, but growth will be somewhat modest in the coming years, and I'll show you what that means for the aviation industry. When we look at industry load factor for many of the airlines, it's still healthy. And September 2024, we released our updated numbers, and for the Middle East region, as you can see, still a very healthy percentage, north of 80%. Most of the airlines, typically use 75% as a benchmark. As long as we're going above and beyond that, it shows that the airline industry is healthy and resilient. Now, to put things into perspective, this year we're forecasting with over $900 billion worth of revenue for the airline industry. The airlines are going to make a profit of about $30.5 billion, and this is globally. And, to put that into perspective, if we extrapolate that on a per passenger basis, airlines typically make $6.2 per passenger. So if any of you have bought a cup of coffee recently at Starbucks or any of the other coffee shops out there, you pay roughly the same amount for a cup of coffee, which is the amount of profits airlines generate on a per passenger basis. In the Middle East region, it's slightly higher, towards $11, because the airlines and the governments do a very good job of integrating the supply chain. But what this slide does mean is that airlines are under immense pressure from the external operating environment, from higher costs, taxation, fees, regulations, which impact the overall financial viability of operators. Most of the growth that we're going to witness for 2024 is coming from the passenger side. So as you can see, the red area looks at passenger growth or revenue coming from passenger operations versus the blue area, which comes from cargo. So again, you see the relationship from 2020 onwards, where cargo sort of became a poster child of the aviation industry as we were shipping more face masks, respirators, vaccines. But now I think the focus very much is on getting that passenger capacity back into play for most regions and places. But if we zoom in on cargo, we're still seeing growth across most of the sectors. In the Middle East region, we had the highest growth in the beginning of this year, with a near 20% growth for cargo. And the second quarter as well, it was still growing, but at a slightly diminishing pace. And for quarter 3 and 4, we do expect there to be some growth, but it's not going to be at the level where we saw towards the end of the year. And cargo tends to be more seasonal because of shipping patterns, but also demand shifts throughout the year. So generally, towards the end of the year, from November until January, there's a high volume of cargo, thanks to the holiday season, New Year, as well as religious festivities. One of the more interesting slides we have is the near-term passenger forecast, what we're forecasting from 2024 up until the next couple of years. And why this slide is important is Steve, in one of his earlier presentations, mentioned that traffic is going to double, or we're going to add another 4 billion passengers, which is still very much what IATA is forecasting. So 2024, over 4.5 billion passengers will travel. In the next 20 years, we're forecasting that that number is going to double to well over 8 billion passengers taking to the skies. And if we look at the Middle East region, we are predicting a healthy growth next year of about 8.6%. And the highest performing region will be Asia Pacific. Not because Asia Pacific is growing rapidly, it's because Asia Pacific is still reinstating a lot of the capacity that was lost during the COVID pandemic. Their markets have been slower to reopen, especially in places like China, but not only that, Australia and the greater ASPAC region. So as they open, that growth is going to be slightly larger this year, but stabilizing from 2025 onwards. Talking about trends, one of the things that IATA does every year is we go out and we survey passengers. So we can talk about regulations, we can talk about sustainability, what the industry does, what the airlines do, what the airports do. But who are the best critics of the industry are the people that actually fly. So one of the things that we do annually is we do what we call the GPS, or the Global Passenger Survey, which is done in all regions all around the world to get a view of what passengers think about the industry and how they can help us shape and nurture the future of air travel. So generally, some of the key highlights from the passenger survey are that passengers are relatively satisfied with the level of services as well as the overall process from the time you book your ticket till when you reach your final destination. So generally, there's a high level of satisfaction. Also, there's a higher percentage because for a number of years, passengers were not able to travel during the COVID pandemic, so there's a little bit of that enthusiasm. But the good news is that in 2024, compared to last year, the results that we've had are relatively stable, and I'll show you what this means on the next couple of slides. So if we look at all of the processes when it comes to air travel, on the far left, you see at a time when a passenger is booking their travel till when they collect their bags. We go out and survey passengers on what are some of the touch points that you have and where do you see the pain points. And no surprise, the two areas that we keep being told that need improvement are immigration or border control and baggage collection. So those are still the two pain points where passengers want the industry to come up with solutions to help them. Previously, we used to have security as an element where passengers felt that this level of service could be better, but I'm pleased to say security has sort of migrated into the average zone, but still the border control and immigration processes, as well as baggage, is an area which is still an area where passengers are dissatisfied. When passengers look at traveling and some of their pain points, no surprise there, but they want less or no queuing when it comes to security. The same for immigration. They want the ability to complete a lot of their immigration formalities before they get to a border or customs agent. But also this has bearings on the future of travel, right? So many passengers, when they're required to get visas, which are a cumbersome process, you can't get visa interviews or appointments, it takes a long time, the documentation is cumbersome, it's a deterrent to travel. But when governments implement electronic visa regimes or contactless travel, then passengers opt to choose to fly to those destinations. And those governments see, an improvement or realization in tourism receipts as well. When it comes to baggage, passengers want the ability to have their bags delivered fast, but increasingly passengers want the ability to track where their baggage is. And if the industry does not give passengers a solution, they will find their own. So many passengers now buy Apple AirTags and put them in their bag, and on their phone you can track where your bag is, but airlines, ground handlers, and airports sometimes don't have that information. So the industry needs to come up with a solution to be able to help manage that. And similarly, on boarding as well as transfers, passengers want a better experience with more efficiency and potentially being exempted from additional security measures if they're transferring or coming in from a country which has an existing arrangement with the host airport. When it comes to how passengers make their choice, obviously the location is the #1 factor. So, for example, in the UAE, how close you are to Dubai International, Al Maktoum, or Sheikh Zayed International is a key determinant, but also the travel time, and last but not least, fare price. And this has led to how airlines, but also travel agents, look at pricing based on schedule, price, availability as well. When it comes to how passengers book their travel, 72% of passengers these days are booking online. And interestingly, on the right-hand side for the airlines in the room, increasingly passengers are now booking directly on the airline website or through the application. So if we aggregate the airline website and apps, it's about 50% where passengers are booking directly with the airline. So if you start looking at this trend, what does it mean for the future of travel agencies, travel aggregators, and others? In the Middle East region, we still see a preference for many travelers to still have an interaction with a travel agent or a travel management company. But the younger generation is very savvy and they want to be in control of their travel, book it themselves, be able to make changes, and have all of the information in one place. And speaking of one place, passengers want the ability to know what their journey is all about, what their visa requirements are, what they need to expect at the airport, And it also helps airlines because if you give all of the information to the passenger, they're able to pay for more ancillaries. Currently, ancillaries are somewhat of a fragmented process, but those airlines that have put everything in one resource or one window operation for their passengers see higher revenues as a result of ancillary sales as well. How passengers are purchasing, so credit cards remain a preferred way of travel, less reliance on cash. But interestingly, the younger generation wants digital payments over credit cards. So now, whether it's Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, crypto, is going to be a disruptor for the industry. The younger generation wants newer forms of payment for their travel itineraries. And again, the payment touchpoint remains critical to how that industry is going to grow. So 16% of passengers said that they're dissatisfied with their payment experience. About 20% roughly said, they were not able to purchase ancillaries or they had a problem with that. So it's potentially 20% of revenue from ancillaries that airlines are missing out on if they don't fix that element for their passengers. But from an industry perspective, we encourage people to keep the process simple and give passengers the ability to procure in many different formats. So as mentioned, there's a strong interest in digital wallets. So rather than entering conventional or traditional credit card information, why can't I use Apple Pay to pay for my itinerary or Samsung? And the highest interest that we're seeing from around the world is in Africa, Asia Pacific, and in the Middle East region. If I'm not mistaken, in the Middle East region, it's still 77% of passengers saying, let me use a digital wallet to be able to help facilitate my itinerary. One of the more interesting slides that we have is how much time passengers want to spend at an airport. So on the left-hand side, if I'm traveling without luggage, passengers have told us that they want to spend no more than 30 minutes on airport processes. Now, this does not include things such as duty-free shopping, F&B, and other areas where passengers may spend time. But in the middle, if I'm traveling with a check-in bag, I'm willing to spend 45 minutes for that process. And if I'm traveling with a large family or if I have passengers with reduced mobility or special needs, I'm willing to spend up to an hour. So this is the amount of time passengers are willing to spend at the airport, apart from duty-free and other areas. Queuing obviously is a key frustration point for many passengers. 37% of passengers have told us that it's the security process that needs improvement. I'm pleased to say, Dubai is my home airport and I travel quite frequently. Rarely have I had to wait for queuing at a security touchpoint when it comes to entering or exiting the UAE, whether it's at security for aviation security or for border control as well, because there are electronic solutions or smart gates that are available to me. But again, globally, when we look at this, security queuing, especially in airports that are congested, mainly in Europe, some places in North America and Asia Pacific, it is a growing concern and challenge. But also the boarding processes are highlighted by passengers as to an area where they want to see an improvement as well. And to save time, passengers are willing to complete a lot of these processes off airport. And this is a firm trend that we at IATA are seeing, which is going to disrupt the industry. So about 86% of passengers said they like to obtain electronic visas and not have to go through the visa facilitation program. In addition to that, nearly 90% told us that they will be willing to participate in a trusted travel program if it means they have a better experience at the airport. And about 36% said they're willing to complete their airport processes off airport. So if we take a step back, we've had mobile boarding passes, mobile check-in. Now we're starting to see the bag journey or baggage being completed off airport and injected into the airport system. And we firmly believe that in the future, immigration will be done off airport as well. So using digital credentials, contactless travel, passengers will be able to submit their data before they get to the airport and immigration authorities and security agencies using passenger data will be able to help facilitate passengers. And as we in the Middle East and more importantly in Dubai look at the future of Al Maktoum, a lot of the processes that we do today will need to change using technology. And I'm pleased to say in Dubai, technology has been at the forefront of a lot of these processes. So 1 in 2 passengers, or nearly 50%, have said they've used biometrics at an airport, which is using your facial or iris to complete processes, such as immigration. In the UAE, I say this at almost every conference I speak at, we're still advocating for governments to use biometrics for helping facilitate passengers. I myself personally have not used my passport for the last 15 years to enter or exit Dubai. In the early days, I had a smart card or e-gate card that was used to help me clear immigration. And now, recently, I'm using a smart gate to enter or exit. Think about all of the space, but all of the time that you save as well by having that solution available to passengers. And in the future, passengers will be more than happy to share with you their information if it means you give them a better experience at the airport. But with that data comes the need for data protection as well. So many passengers want to know that their data is held and stored in the right manner. It's not used for any purpose that it's not intended for. There are many regulations and compliance guidelines out there, such as EU GDPR. So if I'm giving my data to you, make sure that that data is secure, or working with the likes of ICAO and other industry bodies on facilitation, why don't we create digital wallets where the passenger has the ability to share that data when queried rather than sharing it in advance? But having said that, it's the younger generation, those that are 25 and below, that are more willing to use technology to help improve the travel experience. And we firmly believe this is going to be obviously the vast majority of the traveling public in the near future. And the key trends are obviously biometric for facilitation, the use of digital wallets, not only for purchases, but also for payments as well. So from an IATA industry perspective, some of the initiatives that we're working on are looking at digital tokens, digital wallets, and then a concept known as One ID, where the passenger's passport and visa information is held in a digital format and can be shared by the passenger using their phone before they travel or before they get to the airport in a contactless manner with the airline, with the immigration authority, with police, with customs, so that the conventional process we have today where you check in, you receive a boarding card, doesn't really necessarily need to apply in the future. All of the stakeholders, whether it's police, immigration, the airlines, the ground handlers, know who you are because that digital token has been shared by you and you have a better experience at the airport. And ultimately, this is the vision that we have for a seamless travel experience at airports. Last but not least, as part of the survey, what we do is we look at the regional preferences, and I wanted to share the regional highlights from the Middle East region. So most of the travelers in the Middle East region are more likely to use the airport for the facilities and services that they offer. So obviously, Dubai Duty Free provides a plethora of opportunities, the Emirates experience on the ground, but also what Dubai Airports is doing, investing in the passenger service levels, the F&B offering, the transport offerings obviously make a big impact for the passengers. Passengers still prefer to use a little bit of human interaction in travel channels, so they still prefer travel agencies, especially for Middle Eastern families that are traveling on vacation. And last but not least, passengers prefer to use smartphones to store their digital wallets and also their digital passports in the future as well, to make their payments, but also to navigate and help throughout the facilitation process at the airport. And with that, I would like to thank once again the Emirates Aviation University for giving IATA the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kashif. Any questions for Mr. Kashif? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your speech, by the way. I'd like to ask, as you've told about the inclusion of technology into majority of the aspects, what are like the concerns when it comes to identity theft and all sorts of things that can be associated? Because like, even though we are growing in terms of technology on this side, so are the others who has like bad intentions. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah. It's one of the areas where, from an industry perspective, we see risk, but also from an industry perspective, working with organizations such as ICAO, there are solutions to help mitigate that risk. So while we move towards, digital tokens or digital identities, one of the ways that we can mitigate that risk is on a principle known as DTC or decentralized travel credentials, so that no one authority or agency has access to the data. It's ultimately the passenger. And based on the DTC concept, that digital token is held by the passenger, and only when queried by police or airlines or ground handlers, you're able to share that. And that means that your data is held securely in your possession, and it's not in the custody of any third party, and it's not going to be used for any purpose that it's not intended for. Where that's absent, obviously there are concerns around data privacy as well as potentially risks from data theft as well. But I'm confident to say, working with the standards that the industry has developed, they're secure, they're robust, and they're decentralized so that at no point in time any third party has access to your credentials, as simple as you holding your own passport.
One more question.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know, do you think the use of technology in the airport operation are a key factor in passenger satisfaction?
I'm sorry, I missed that question. Can you please speak up a little bit?
Do you think the use of technology in the airport operation are a key factor in passenger satisfaction?
100%. So if the industry doesn't give passengers a solution, as I mentioned, for example, on baggage, they will find their own way. Also, we know that traffic is going to double in the next 19 to 20 years, right? So if we're at 4 billion right now and we're going to go to 8 billion, or if I come to the example of Dubai, hopefully this year, over 90 million passengers, and in the next 20 years, 180 or more passengers. We just can't continue building bigger airports because once we have bigger infrastructure, your service levels go down, the walking distances increase, as well as the wait times increase if we're just building bigger infrastructure. So the only way to mitigate the challenges of capacity growth that we're going to have is through technology. So whether it's giving biometric solutions for facilitation, off-airport processes, using off-airport baggage processing, smart messaging, giving passengers the ability to track their journey, or to be able to give passengers the ability to have information on their smartphones rather than me having to go to a kiosk or an airline agent or an information display to get the most up-to-date information. So we firmly believe that technology, whether it's on the retailing side, whether it's on the facilitation side, or even in the future, when we look at security, why can't we move towards risk-based security since we have a lot of the data about the passengers themselves? From an IATA perspective, we fully believe that technology will help us alleviate some of those infrastructure constraints at the airports. Thank you.
Okay. One last question, okay?
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. Do you think that airline industry one day would reach the point that they are financially sustainable? In the past 50 years, we have seen massive transfer of wealth from shareholder to other stockholders, and the rate of return on asset is less than weighted average cost of capital. Inherently, airline industry is not profitable. What do you see in the future? What can we do in order to change the course?
Yeah. No, it's a great question. So as mentioned in one of the slides, the airline industry is challenged from a range of issues, right? We have high taxation, high fuel charges would typically make up a 30% of an airline's cost base. We also have high labor costs and a shortage of labor right now. So from a financial perspective, the airlines are under heavy pressure to operate in an environment and be financially sustainable at the same time. Couple that with a lot of regulations. In many markets, you have to deal with unions and workforce issues. But also add to that, the mandate which the airlines have signed up to be net zero by 2050. So you have to invest in the airline industry to be carbon neutral by the year 2050, whether it's through sustainable aviation fuel or through new modern technologies. But I think at the end of the day, aviation or the airline business is providing or connecting human beings and emotions to economies, whether it's on the passenger side or the cargo side. And many airlines operate obviously for commercial purposes, but that connectivity is so important for a nation's GDP. Here in the UAE, for example, especially in the Emirate of Dubai, we know that aviation contributes nearly 27% to the GDP. So the indirect impact airlines or aviation has on tourism, cargo, businesses is, I think, what governments look at in an overall or umbrella perspective rather than just the financial performance of the operators. This year, we're pleased to say many of the airlines are operating a lot of good financial results as a result of having a good cost base, but also record passenger numbers. But I completely agree with you. I think the financial challenges that airlines have, whether it's leasing planes, the operating cost, puts a lot of pressure on them, and that's why we have a 3% margin on $900 billion worth of revenues, only $30 billion worth of profits globally, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kashif. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I now welcome keynote speaker, Mr. John Walker, Vice President Base Maintenance, the Emirates Group, for his speech.
Good morning. Sorry. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay. John Walker, 32 years, so I did take the record of Steve in the aviation industry, of which I started, like many of you, trainees in British Airways Training School in 1992 in London, and fell in love with industry at that point then. So been around a bit, worked for multiple airlines, worked for Airbus for about 6 years, developing and putting the A380 into service. And that's when my love affair with Dubai started, because I helped bring the 380 here, and 20-something years later, I'm back. So, Emirates Engineering, the conference. We're very much aligned with the beliefs of the conference about sustainability, around advancements. We look to advance the way we do aircraft maintenance all the time, whilst maintaining compliance and safety. That is our absolute core, that is our absolute foundation. We will always look for better ways to make it better, make it safer, make it more efficient. As I said, that regulatory compliance sits with us the whole time. We've got so many regulations that we have to abide by. These are GCAA. We are also EASA approved. We have other regulatory authorities because we look after a whole load of other airlines when they come to Dubai. We have IATA regulations as well. We have health and safety regulations here from the Dubai government and the UAE government. We are probably one of the most regulated part, ourselves and flight operations are one of the most regulated part of the airline. So we do have regulations at our forefront constantly. And then some of the sustainability, you've heard of people talk about SAF, you've heard people talk about sustainability. We're the engineers. So people have ideas, engineers take those ideas and make them happen, and we'll talk about that today. So really today, we're just going to give you a few examples of some of the stuff that we've done. This is really some of the challenges we face and some of the stuff we've got in work. And we're very proud of it, and we'd just like to share it with you. So, first challenge. How do you do an inspection of an aircraft? You know, aircraft fly through hailstorms. They get struck by lightning daily. Please don't be alarmed. It does happen almost every day. Our aircraft fly in some of the most lightning strike prone areas of the world, the Far East, through the storms, through monsoons. So they do get hit by lightning on a regular basis. More often than not, that's what we call on the crown of the aircraft. Anybody ever tried to look at the top of an aircraft? It's quite hard. What do we currently do? We get hold of stands, we get steps, we get high lifts, we wear harnesses, and we hang out and we have a good look, general visual inspection of those areas. This means there's a risk for the engineers at heights. They're working at heights. If I can't get a hangar, if our hangars are all full, they might be working outside at heights. And of course, you've always got the chance of human error because it's the human eye that's going to see the damage. Of course, it takes at least 20 hours. I mean, that doesn't include setting up and harnessing your engineer up, etc. What we've been working with Boeing with over the last year and a half is drone inspections of the aircraft. This means we use a LiDAR drone. It flies over the top of the aircraft, and it can give you a very detailed map of all the damage on the aircraft. And we used it for some crown inspections as part of our proving strategy with Boeing. One of the biggest benefits for us is it takes it down from 20 man-hours to 3 man-hours. What does it look like? So here we are. We've got your drone, which is just a normal UAV, and it's set up with Topaz payloads and a LiDAR camera. It also uses GSC radio communications, and it will fly. When we do it, you set it up, we calibrate it we calibrate it on the wing, and then we flew it up over the crown, over the other wing. All done within 3 hours, full mapping, full digital, image of the aircraft. And I think, if I can get this to work properly, that was it in action. So this is it over the top of the aircraft about 6 weeks ago. And it was mapping the crown for us. Looks very simple, but it's got a lot of cameras and a lot of technology on board. What does it give us? So if you imagine here by the E on the Emirates, so that's where our name was, then it starts giving you this map. This is way more detailed than an engineer can give you, and it can give you it in about 3 hours, as I said, instead of 20. What does it mean for us? It means that we're just about there. So we need FAA approval, because we're trying to prove it on the Boeing 777. Of course, then we would go after Airbus after that and go for a similar approval from Airbus. But once we can get FAA approval, and they give us what they call an equivalence, so it's the equivalent of sending an engineer up and an engineer inspecting the crown of the aircraft, we're in a position where we can start using this every single day inside our hangars here in Dubai. Next challenge, Emirates fleet, in excess of 250 airplanes, flying just about to every single corner of the globe. How do you know where they're at? How do you know? We pride ourselves on our on-time performance, or OTP. How do you know when an aircraft's in delay? How do you know on an airport the size of Dubai Airport? How do you know to where the fault is and what spares need to get to which stand? Also, how do you know what's happening in the hangars? You know, I run the hangars. I have all those big giant hangars you see as you hurtle down the runway. They're mine. We look after those, and we have anywhere up to 20 aircraft, wide-body aircraft, in hangar on any given day. Some of them on very, very long checks, 120-day checks. Some of them on very, very short checks, 48 hours. How do you know? You have to know. The airline needs to know, because they need to know the aircraft availability, because the aircraft availability makes sure the aircraft's on gate for the passengers and makes sure that we remain, as the previous speaker said, profitable. So the previous solution, we had a whole load of spreadsheets, a ton of paper, and of course, any time you get a status of an aircraft, it's a snapshot in time, especially in the line environment when you're sitting at the terminal and the delays rolling on. That's only a snapshot in time. What do we develop? We've actually developed some real-time monitoring for both line maintenance, that's the maintenance at the terminal, and base maintenance, which is in our hangars. Real-time monitoring, which gets feeds from things like our maintenance information system, Ultramain, directly feeds in to say these are the cards that are closed today, this is the check, these are the milestones you've hit or sometimes missed, which is never a good day for my team. But that's the sort of stuff that you need to know on a daily basis. Also around aircraft's in delay, it's delayed because of this, the risk of the aircraft being cancelled, is there a swap aircraft or equivalent aircraft? So we've got two solutions right now, but we're looking to integrate them as one, so let's just put all this up at once. We've got DNA, which is a line maintenance solution. And as you see there, you see a map of the airport. You can see the status. We're engineers, right? We're simple people as engineers. Red, amber, green. That's what we work on. So you can see at the terminal on that day, you had a few red aircraft, but mostly green. And then we have a similar solution, which is a slightly longer-term solution, which is a zonal tracker in the base maintenance. So each of those squares, for example, is a hangar. Aircraft's in a hangar, and that's its status. So not a very good day either, really. We were having a tough day that day. So this gives us up to the date, up to the minute, and it's actually improving our OTP, our on-time performance. It's improving our availability of aircraft, and it's driving us to milestones and getting these aircraft out on time. Last one on advancements for you. Biggest challenge we have, one of the biggest challenges we have, is we encounter a lot of FOD, foreign object debris, aircrafts hurtling down the runway, things come up, stones, other bits of aircraft, hailstorms. We do fly through hailstorms. We try and avoid them best we can, but we do go through hailstorms. And aircraft do get, they're in a pretty harsh environment. They do get damaged. Bird strikes, bat strikes. I think I even saw squirrel strike at some point once in my career, but I've not seen one here so far. So they do go through quite a lot in their lifestyle. Some of that damage you can't see. The human eye can't see it, so we have to use what we call non-destructive testing. X-rays and ultrasounds and things like that. And they're done over a very small scale. You have to do inch by inch, centimetre by square centimetre, in order to find that damage that you can't see. We're currently using a damage assessment tool. It's in its very early stages, but it gives us instantaneous damage assessment. And I'll just show you how it works. So what it does is it projects a whole load of fine lines of light onto the surface, and it gets the feedback from that light to create a map of the surface. So this one there, if you look at this one, this is the inlet cowl to an engine, so one of the highest areas where we see damage on the airplane. Landing gear doors, nose of the aircraft, because that's where most of the birds, bats, and things hit. Leading edges of the wings, leading edges of the engines. They get hammered in service. So this one here, can't really see much, but when we run the tool over it, we start to see this map. So it's already starting to see the damage for us. And then there we go. We end up with not only the areas of damage, the depth of damage, the XY coordinates, and it does this almost instantaneously. That would take hours previously using NDT, if indeed the engineer sees it. Again, this is, it's already certified by Airbus, so it's amazing. Sometimes some things are certified by Boeing, but not by Airbus, and some by Airbus, not by Boeing. This is actually already certified as a damage assessment solution by Airbus, and we're implementing it. It's recognized as a possible equivalency tool by Boeing, and we're working on getting it recognized by both, because this thing is pretty powerful for our engineers. Sustainability. SAF. So everybody talks about SAF. The issue we had when we first started to get involved with SAF is it wasn't approved on our aircraft or our engines. 777 wasn't approved to fly SAF flights. Yes, Airbus had done a demonstrator flight some years earlier, but actually to fly passengers and fly a revenue service, it wasn't approved. Neither on our Rolls-Royce powered or our GP Engine Alliance powered 380s or our 777 GE powered GE90. So we took on the challenge for the airline, because obviously as an airline we wanted to be more sustainable. We wanted to ensure we hit our sustainability targets, and we do what we do. We get it certified. So we work with the GCAA, we work with Rolls-Royce, we work with Airbus. We did a whole load of work in order to satisfy everybody that using a 10% blend of SAF was safe on our aircraft, which we did middle last year. What's that enabled? If you probably read some of the press releases, we purchased 3,000 tonnes of SAF in May 2024, so earlier this year. And so now when you fly out of Heathrow to come here, there's a very, very good chance that 10% of the fuel on your aeroplane flying here to Dubai is using SAF. It's reduced our carbon footprint from the busiest port on our network. It's a really big advancement, and we've signed other agreements since. Upcycling. This one's a bit of fun. So we're just on aircraft 27 of our A380 cabin retrofit, interior retrofit. So that's upgrading the interiors to a much more modern look, adding the award-winning premium economy, upgrading the business class, refreshing the economy class. My team has also been doing the 777 refresh. We're on aircraft 10 now. That's where we take out a 232 config, and the aircraft moves to 121 config in business class. And again, we add in 3 fantastic rows of our premium economy. A lot of waste. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming off there that was put on there in the late 1990s to mid-2000s in the Boeing and Airbus world. There's a lot of that stuff coming off. In fact, on the worst weeks, we can produce something like 12 tons of discarded seat covers in a week. Our challenge we had was not only the seat covers, by the way, we also had carpets coming off, and I can tell you a story about that. Many of our offices in Emirates Engineering have got aircraft carpets that have flown millions of miles on the floor. So we washed them, we took them off the aircraft, and rather than discard them, we actually recarpeted our offices. So They've been trodden on by 1 million passengers, most of our office carpets. Back to these though, and so that's where we use our carpets, but our seat covers, we decided that we would upcycle them. So we created our own. So you think of engineering, you think of grease and engines, or from an avionics point of view, you think of fibre optics and sparks and computers. But in Emirates Engineering, we've also got tailors, upholsterers, replating specialists for replating the gold on the aircraft. We have all this specialism in-house, and we said, well, why don't we use them and actually upcycle and use their skills, particularly the upholsterers and the tailors? Why don't we use them in-house and do something with them and make something that A, we could either sell or B, give away? So that is actually the upholstery shop, and it's looking to expand because of the demand that we have on it. So a little bit of fun. Okay, 777, that's one of the later 777s, but it's just been upgraded by my team. That becomes that. Pretty cool stuff. And some of those bags, those backpacks were recently given away, if you saw the press release, to a whole load of very well-deserving teachers in South Africa. You can also use your points and buy them on at the Emirates store, but extremely sought after by aviation enthusiasts. This is my favourite one, flight deck seat. So even those we don't waste. So this is pure sheepskin. At the end of its life, these become pretty cool. These become quite desirable clutch bags and handbags. We sold out in about the first week of doing this. We sold out, and there is a waiting list now for some of this stuff. We will continue to innovate with it as best we can. But yeah, it's a bit of fun. It's just a bit of fun. But we're looking for ways, as I said, carpeting our offices, upcycling materials and making some really very desirable and fun ideas. Last piece, and this is really something we're very, very proud of in Emirates Engineering. The 380, we have by far and away the largest fleet. You know, if you think the second largest fleet of A380s is about 12, I think Singapore Airlines, British Airways about 12, Qantas about 8. We've got 115, 116 still available. So we are by far and away. The aircraft is a niche market aircraft. There was only ever around 250 of them ever made. Therefore, it didn't have the mass production like the 777, like the 737, like the A320, where there are vendors and parts and things everywhere. So we're becoming masters of our own destiny. That is, making our own parts, designing our own repairs, designing our own parts. So we engaged with the GCA to get Part 21 approval, the first organisation to do so, first airline to do so here. And this aligns with the Make It in the Emirates, and that comes from His Highness as well, that we will do everything we can to make it here in the Emirates and support our fleet. And again, as I said, we're very proud, but in June this year, we got the first Part 21G, so that's manufacturing approval, here in the UAE to manufacture parts for our aircraft fleet and make it in the UAE. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any question? We have time for one question. Go ahead.
So firstly, you have mentioned about the drones that may inspect the maintenance within your hangars or within your aircrafts. So what are the key challenges that associated with the implementing and scaling the drone inspection technology within the airline industry, particularly in terms of regulation, compliance and data security and integration with existing maintenance operation?
Yeah, that's a good question. So one of the biggest challenges actually is flying drones on an airport. Surprisingly, the airport doesn't like it. So before we even engaged with Boeing to do this, we had to engage with our friends at Dubai Police, we had to engage with Dubai Airports, we had to engage with the GCA, and we had to engage with the air traffic control at the airport as well. That was the first step. And one of the conditions that we were given by everybody was, do it inside your hangars, because then you've no much chance of, you're going to collide with your own aircraft if you're going to collide with something, but you're not going to collide with anything else outside. So that was the first thing. That was the first challenge we had to overcome. The aircraft's static. It's static in the hangar, and it's in fairly good light. It's in very good light. So by way of the accuracy of what it can do, it's very, very accurate. And the data stays within our world. So it stays within the closed world, it stays within the Emirates IT network. It never leaves. It never leaves. We have terabytes of data every single day that we create just in Emirates engineering, from job cards to inspections. You name it, we have it. We have a very, very secure environment because a lot of that stuff is IP, very valuable IP, but it's also very sensitive data. So that stays within our world. But there are a lot of challenges with it. The biggest one is going to be, can you use it outside at an airport? Because the biggest time you need this is when it's come in from somewhere. The pilot reports, I think I took 3 or 4 lightning strikes on the way in, and the aircraft's needed to fly within the next 2 hours. In that instance, you don't have time to draw it, especially here in Dubai Airport, across 2 active runways to get to the hangar, particularly at peak period. It could be 2-3 hours waiting to get across the runways. The biggest challenge for us is how can we use it outside at an airport and maintain the safety and compliance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Thank you. Okay, our next keynote speaker, Mr. Kiran Dawood, Emirates Flight Catering Vice President of Sourcing Solutions and the General Manager of Bustanica, will come up to give us his speech.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your time this morning. It's a real pleasure to present Emirates Flight Catering, not only inside here, but hopefully you enjoyed your breakfast and lunch will be equally engaging as well for you. Before we get into the main part of the presentation, Emirates Flight Catering is exactly what it says. It's the catering side of Emirates. And predominantly our business is putting the meals on board the aircraft. That's about 240,000 meals a day. So in order to actually create that many meals, that's around about 5 tons of beef per day, about 12,000 kilos of chicken per day, 2,000 kilos of pineapple, and about 8,000 litres of milk. So we're quite a large operation in terms of getting each and every one of those tray sets in front of our passengers. In terms of the business of food, sustainability is obviously very, very key to all businesses now as they move forward. We've put ours under sort of 4 key pillars. Obviously looking for the reduction in carbon footprint, reducing the landfill waste that we provide, especially with the offloads that we get from other aircraft, plastics and packaging, and water stewardship, obviously very important to us being here in a drought region in the Middle East. Where are we at the moment? Well, at the moment, still very, very embryonic and new in the process as we go forward from here. A lot of our work is around reducing landfill, around looking at various ways in we can recycle products that we have, and working very closely to move forward with our key customers with regards to the sourcing of the items, because obviously we need to respond to what our passengers are looking for rather than what is just the best thing to put on board with regards to the environment. We have a huge number of sustainability projects that we work with all of the agencies across the airport and obviously our key customers as well. And we're continuing to look at for new technology, new ways of doing things where we increase the enjoyment of the onboard experience, but hopefully lessen the impact that it has on the planet as we go forward from there. From a regulatory perspective, obviously there are many, many agencies that are looking at sustainability across the globe. And so in order to try and land ourselves into where we believe the most forward-thinking and those that will have the biggest impact on ourselves are, we really subscribe more to the ISS. From the EU's perspective, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive from there. And from the rankings and ratings perspective, we're looking at sort of the use of ESG scorecards and elements like that, not just to score ourselves, but when we're going through tender procedures and when we're looking at menus that we're putting on board, starting to look at the carbon footprint that we have for each and every one of those as well. In terms of where we're looking to get to, we've made a good start. We have a number of projects that are ongoing, and as you can see, those are really around major reductions in water, major reductions in landfill, and starting to then look at how we impact the operations that we have to reduce them down there as well. In terms of the carbon footprint contributions, we look at the scope 1, 2, and 3. And as you can see from there, the largest side of the carbon footprint contributions that we have is actually in our supply chain. From an agricultural perspective, there are some large items there that contribute greatly to there. So what are we trying to do with regards to the procurement and value chain that we have from there? Well, alternative energy, in terms of reducing the cost that we have. We run quite a large fleet that we've moved to biodiesel. We have solar power across the buildings that we currently have, and buildings that we're currently in design will all be set to make maximum use of that. We are investigating for the GSE elements that we have around electric, and a number of our facilities are now working with biogas in terms of laundry and other items such as that. Diverting waste away from landfill is really about trying to look at the recycling of products. It's trying to see how that we can have products that we can go and we can compost in terms of any contribution that we do put down that way. Alternative ingredients is a very interesting side of things. We're obviously all very much aware of plant-based meats, but very much so now where we're moving into is looking at non-dairy dairy. So this is dairy products that are from fermented whey protein. There's also a lot of work going on in bioreaction for alternatives to beef, to lamb, ultimately to chicken, and obviously from the previous slide you can see the contribution that they make to CO2 in the world. The equipment selection is really just about looking at things where we can reduce the total cost of ownership from a power perspective, and looking at different ways in which we can move products through our value chain more efficiently and effectively. And then really looking at the criteria for our value chain model, and this is where we would be using those ESG scorecards on our supply base and on our supply chain to move things forward. But probably the best example of the ambitions and the investments that we as an organization make is with regards to our vertical farm. We opened it in 2022. It's under the name Bustanica, which in Arabic means your harvest. And the reasoning behind this was really looking at our value chain and trying to understand the products that we put through that once they crossed our gate were providing us with the highest onward cost and potentially providing the lowest customer experience. And leafy greens was really one of those that's shone to us in terms of that. Just generally because no one really thinks about lettuce, but it is one of the highest causes of foodborne incidences, and it's normally, because it comes out of the ground, it can have foreign objects such as pests, dust, stones, and other things like that. So what does our farm look like? Well, it's 27 rooms, and in each room there's 45,000 plants. Each of those plants across a 12-week growth period will provide 3 harvests for us, and each room across that period will provide us with 3 tons. What does that mean in terms of the planet? It's less than 5% of the water required in conventional growing. It's 1,000 times more efficient than if we were to do it conventionally. It uses no soil, so it doesn't contribute to the 70 billion tons of soil erosion that planet Earth experiences every year. And it uses 0 fertilizers, it uses no herbicides or pesticides either, so it's chemical free. In terms of the way in which we manage the farm, it's all done digitally. It's all Internet of Things enabled. And so from the handheld devices, our agronomists can look at the application of the water, the application of light. We work through from a germination right the way through to a final product. And the very nature in which we manage that means that we have full traceability end to end of all of our products from there. So currently on board, any leafy green coming out of Dubai will be grown in that facility. We currently do 4 types of lettuce. We do kale, we do spinach, we do parsley. There's also microgreens. And we've had a very successful first season of strawberries, and we hope to bring them back in the future as well. As part of the diversification of our business, we do actually have about 2/3 of our produce going into retail, and that's under the brand name Bostanica. So that allows us to bring the fantastic product that we put on board into the everyday consumer. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for this speech. This is really, really interesting topic. I would like to ask about Bostanica's economic feasibility. So if we think about how efficient this model is of like vertical farming, if we want to expand Bostanica and have multiple branches, reduce logistics cost and improve on our sustainability, is it economically feasible like vertical farming's development in the UAE?
Thanks very much for your question. It absolutely is feasible. In terms of the differences that we have there, we obviously replace sunlight with LED lighting in there, which takes quite a lot of kilowatt hours, the same as conditioning the room. But if we then return back to the water side of things, we use less than 5% of that water. Because of where we are, our water is desalinated, somewhere between 5 to 7 kilowatt hours per litre. So saving over 250 million litres of water per year, it obviously then has an impact on not only the cost of buying that water, but the cost of actually producing that water in the first place. As things go forward and as the industry does develop, the ongoing feasibility of these only becomes greater.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiran. Thank you, Mr. Kiran. I would like to ask keynote speaker, Professor Bijan Fazig, Professor of Economics and Finance at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, to present his speech.
Bigger? Yes, whole frame. Whole frame, yes. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today, and I would like to appreciate the organizing committee for organizing this session. The subject of my presentation is about one of the most recent disruptive technology. We have seen during our lifetime several important disruptive technology. For example, if we see that the cell phone or mobile phone has totally replaced, if not totally, partially replaced landline telephone. On the other hand, if we see, for example, in the case of Kodak, was a very powerful company in the world. The new technology really forced Kodak go to really bankruptcy. And many of us, we are familiar with the typewriter. Typewriter no longer exists. Therefore, what we are doing it here, I talk about a new disruptive technology, means unmanned aircraft vehicle that really has changed or is going to change the fabric of transportation in the future. The presentation I have comprises four parts. I would provide a brief history of unmanned aircraft. It is not really new, it goes back about 100 years ago, but the attention in commercial and civilian interest has been in the most recent years. Then we talk about potential applications. What are the potential applications of drone? Has numerous applications in many different parts of the industry. For example, we see in Africa, drones are used by government to monitor, see that there is not illegal poaching of animals, in order to protect wildlife. On the other hand, there are some areas in Africa, they are hard to reach. Drones are used in order to deliver necessary material and so forth. Therefore, a drone has significant potential in many different areas. And drone has, we say, remodeling the economic landscape. Drone has significant economic benefit to national and local government. And then we talk about challenges, opportunities. Still, there are many challenges we are faced in drone. Those challenges comes like what, say, national security, safety, or we are talking about what the privacy issue are the most important challenging that drone industry is faced. A drone is called a dynamic remotely operated navigation equipment. For the first time, we see that the drone was used in World War I by German army. A flying bomb, that was very effective weapon used by Germany. After that, we see during 1930s, majority of army around the world, they try to analyze implementation of drone in their arsenal. In 1950, both U.S. Army and U.S. Navy made significant amount of investment in order to integrate a drone in their arsenal. Rapid development in technology made civilian application and commercial application more viable. We see a lot of first responders, like fire department, police department, they are using drone most effectively. Having said that, in 2010, commercial aviation became really interested in implementation of drone. In 2016, if I'm not mistaken, Amazon used drone in UK for delivery of product. The reason they went to UK rather than US because US has more regulated aerospace restriction. If you are looking at the drone offers substantial economic benefit across various industries by providing cost-effective and efficient mode of transportation, especially in the area that they are labor-intensive and what time-sensitive delivery. Many hospitals are using drone for really transparent patient, in order to minimize the delay. In agriculture, one of the most widely used drone is in agriculture. Agriculture is used extensively in order to have precision farming. The benefit of drone in agriculture has estimated to generate about $32 billion net profit in agriculture. In logistics, drone enabled rapid last mile delivery. Again, in the case of Amazon, FedEx, and the other one, they are trying to replace delivery of product, last mile delivery by a drone. I'm coming from Florida. We have been hit by two major hurricanes last month. After the hurricane was gone, you could have seen really drone flying over air, identifying the power line down, and also people that they are strapped because of high water. Therefore, in the construction and infrastructure sector, drone can use for really inspection of bridge and tunnels and so forth to identify any type of problem. In 2020, we are expecting drone market reaches something to about $100 billion. It's a massive growth. To encapsulate, the drone can be used in agriculture area, aerial imaging, border protection. Extensively, a drone has been used for border protection because it would give the ability of 24 hours monitoring the border area and identify any type of illegal crossing. Crisis management, as I mentioned, that the police department, fire department, ambulance, they are using a drone in order to deal with the crisis as fast as possible. Firefighting, freight transport are numerous applications. But if you are looking at the actual application, we see that DoorDash and Uber in Australia, they are experiencing delivery of food. Another FedEx is implementing the same thing to deliver. The difference between FedEx is using a new drone with very high capability of having upload of 300 to 500 pounds and to range of about 300 miles. That is a very new version of application of drone. If you are looking at the drone, as you said that on the average in the past several years, drone has grown by about average of 30% annually. In 2022, drone generated roughly about $30.6 billion of revenue that is expected to increase to $34 billion. As we see on the map, the highest use of drone is North America, and we see in the case of India and China, those are the markets that we are expecting very high growth of drone industry. The two chart in right-hand side shows a FedEx patent. FedEx is a patent for delivery of the product. They are using a condom shape with about 9-story building. Each story has about 20 platform of drone, and they are expecting to launch about 100 drone at any time for delivery of last mile. It has a significant environmental benefit. We would see many trucks are pulled out of the road. We are making sure that the amount of pollution has been reduced. The two pictures on the right-hand side, that shows the vision that FedEx has in order to deliver the product. These are the launching pad. Let's look at the fact that how drone could be economically competitive with regular mode of transportation. In the left-hand side of the chart, you would see that the cost of delivery of one package by drone by one operator is something about $13.5. That is much more than anything else. But if we are moving toward having, for example, 10 operators per drone, that can cut costs significantly, become more competitive with other modes of transportation, truck and so forth. And we see that progress in AI and autonomous flight. It is not too far that one operator can deliver more than 20 or 30 parcels a day. You see that is much more cost effective than electric car. It is much more electric van, and without a doubt is much more effective than the regular delivery of the package by trucks. One of the things that we should say that drones are coming with many different shapes, many different sizes, many type of platform. The most advanced, most capable drones are military drones that they have the up to 60,000 pounds of payload, and they can fly up to about 5 hours, and they can have the range of several hundred miles. But opposite to that, we see the public and civil use, police department, fire department, they are using drone for their own purpose. They come from the size of 1 pound to roughly about 5,000 pounds. and the range of, about 276 miles. Therefore, drones are not unique. They are coming with many different shapes and form. And maybe many of you right now, for personal hobby, you are flying the drone as well. What are the advantages of drones? Drones have several important advantages. Again, if we refer to the previous chart that I had, could be drone, especially would be much more cost-effective other mode of transportation. Another element is that keeping the pilot out of harm's way. Many times that this pilot, they are trying to extinguish fire, they are really exposed to very bad climate. Therefore, cost effectiveness, keeping pilot from harm's way. Another thing is keeping, very dull jobs. Look at in agriculture, pilots are really flying above the farm and dropping the pesticide. This is very dull and really dangerous job that really drone would be really try to eliminate that and so forth. What are the challenges? One of the major challenges for drone is safety. Therefore, I put a numerous example that, for example, more than 2,000 drones were sighted near airport in the first 6 months of 2022. This is in US. Please imagine, God forbid, if a drone is ingested by one of the engine of the aircraft, that would really force the aircraft to crash. Reagan-Washington National Airport in July 2022, flight operations were interrupted because of really sighting of drone. Many police officers at major airport in US always reporting that what the sighting of drone vicinity of the airport, even though we have some sort of regulation that prevent flying drone in close to the airport. Pittsburgh International Airport in June, because of unauthorized drone, they stopped service for about 30 minutes. Another element is national security and threat of terrorism. It could be really not difficult for terrorists to get hold of drone and use for to sabotage any element. As there is I put that a drone crash in White House a couple of years ago. It was very, really news in the United States. Another element that we call that was the privacy concern. Drone can take unauthorized picture when they are flying above your house or anything. Therefore, these are the challenges that we are facing with that. But in U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is working continuously in order to make sure that they are really giving some sense of call for safety and integrate drone in national airspace. Conclusion, for years drone were limited to military. As I mentioned that to you is World War I. We saw that for the first time German used drone for military purpose. We see we have a wide expansion of drone in civilian and commercial activity, and we are expecting that grows significantly. One of the most important areas that drone is used right now is agriculture. Agriculture is one of the most beneficiary of drone. Construction and environmental is another element. What are the concerns? One of the concerns is weather limitation, depending again as the size of the aircraft. If the drones are small, it would be really impacted by weather limitation. Battery life. Battery life is another important element that limit the range and the time that a drone can fly. Or we talk about the power plant or line of sight requirement. Right now, drone cannot fly beyond the line of sight unless they have really permission from regulatory authority to have beyond the line of sight. And complex airspace restriction. A drone cannot fly close to the airport. Some of the drone cannot fly beyond the line of sight. And competition and so forth. Again, my last statement, safety and security, potential weaponization of drones are the key concern at this time. I would like to stop my presentation here. I don't want to be between you and your break. I would be happy to entertain any question if you have.
Do we have any questions? At the back.
First of all, thank you for your presentations. I actually have two questions. One of them is like if there's any legal procedures or permits that you need to take while implementing the drones. And another question is like in one of your slides, you have mentioned that the total economic impact of drones across all sectors will reach 100 billion by 2030. So when we think of the word impact, what is your point of view? Like, do you look at it as a positive or a negative way?
I'm sorry, do you mind to repeat your first question? I didn't get your first question.
The first question? Yeah, basically, when you're using drones, there are certain like legal procedures that you need to take or like permits when you use them. So does it apply the same in the airports or not?
Please remember, in order to fly drone, you need to have a pilot. Therefore, there are different types of pilot licenses. Some of them are for recreational purpose. For even recreational purpose, you need to get a license from FAA. That would stipulate where you can fly, how you can fly. Most of them, it is basically on line of sight. Therefore, having said that, there are different. If you want to really use drone for other purposes, you need a strict acceptance from Federal Aviation Administration would allow you to. Right now, they are test marking on several different areas. They have not given a blanket authorization for flying drone everywhere. And regarding your economic impact of drone, actually, I wrote a book on that. We went through a lot of series of simulation because we don't have that much data. But based on those simulations, we have identified there would be something about $100 billion of economic impact on the drone industry.
So, good morning, Professor. Thank you for your presentation. My name is Bartłomiej Dziewoński. I'm from Wrocław University of Science and Technology. My question will be about the current legislation concerning the size of drones. So both FAA and EASA has their own, let's say, rules. For EASA, it's 3 meters or 25 kilograms, and I believe for FAA, it's 120 inches or 50 pounds of maximum takeoff weight. We all know those size rules are about safety concerns, but in my opinion, they are a bit narrowing the progress in terms of unmanned aerial vehicles. Is it also a concern for you that such regulations are kind of slowing down the progress also in terms of the safety inspections or certifications of such systems? And also, are you aware maybe in United States there is any legislation work now to change or modify these rules? Because I know EASA for now is not working on any changes in those rules.
I understand there are a lot of criticism right now, especially I'm talking about North America, regarding FAA, which they are not really fast enough to give more permission for drone operation. But we need to see the other side. God forbid if there are accident or element of terrorism and so forth. every fault would come on the FAA. FAA tried to make sure that the operation of drone is as safe as possible. Therefore, as I gave you several examples, I was in a meeting, we had several police chief around US. They were complaining about the fact that they would receive a lot of phone calls from pilot that they are seeing the drone, even though the people cannot fly drone close to the airport, they will see drone. God forbid if one of the drone is sucked inside the engine, you would see what will happen. I guess one of the reasons for FAA and EASA, they are a little bit hesitant to give more permission for drone operation is first safety, the other one national security.
Got time for one more question.
Thank you.
Before everybody makes a dash for it, because Emirates, well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We have some good news and some bad news. Which would you like first? Well, I'll choose the order anyway. The good news is you're going to have slightly longer for your lunch. The bad news is we're going to continue without a break for two reasons. One is our chap from Emirates Catering did far too good a job of persuading you that the food outside is going to be delicious. And we realise as soon as you leave the room, we're never going to get you back in again. Right? And the other thing is you do need more time to have your lunch. So we're going to continue now, but I am actually going to have to drag forward Professor Williams, if he's in the room, which he is, great. And since I haven't had a chance to have a chat to him, there's going to be 15 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for questions. Do you want me to give you a 2-minute warning, or are you okay? Excellent. Now, the subject here is an incredibly important one, which is, as we're moving into warmer environmental conditions, what kind of impact is that going to have on aviation globally? Professor Williams is Professor of Atmospheric Science at the University of Reading. I'm not going to talk to him about Reading Football Club. We're going to move on very quickly. So we're going to have 15 minutes starting from now.
Fantastic, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I am not an aviation professional. I'm an atmospheric scientist. And so I study turbulence and jet streams. Oh, there we are, I've got audio. I'll start again. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not an aviation professional. I'm an atmospheric scientist. And so I study turbulence in the atmosphere, jet streams, storms, hail, lightning. Those are the things that I've been studying for the past 25 years. And so it's a great pleasure today to be able to say a few words about what I think is one of the greatest threats to aviation, but also a challenge and an opportunity in the next few decades, and that is going to be responding to climate change. And there are two related challenges, in fact. Of course, there is the challenge of sustainability, reaching net zero by 2050, etc. But there is another challenge, and that is making the sector resilient to the impacts of climate change. So two challenges there, mitigation, but also adaptation, and that's what I'll be talking about today. And just to make that point even more clearly, there is a two-way link between aviation and the climate. Of course, aviation is a contribution to climate change, a small contribution, around 2 or 3% today. But what I will talk about is the other arrow, the consequences of the changing climate for the way we fly. More turbulence, more lightning, etc., flooding of airports. So that will be the topic today. And so I'm going to make the basic point that as well as protecting the climate from aviation, we must also protect aviation from climate change. So to adapt as well as to mitigate, two related challenges. And this has been a growing topic in scientific research for the past decade or so. beginning, I think, with this conference that was held in 2017 in Toulouse in France, a World Meteorological Organization conference on aeronautical meteorology. I was there, maybe some of you were there too. It was a very interesting conference, and in fact there was a follow-up conference just a few weeks ago in Geneva. And it finished with a set of recommendations, a set of proceedings. I will not go through them all, but the one that caught my eye and really sparked my interest was this one. A changing climate scenario may render some of today's aerodrome, airspace, and airframe design and operation standards inadequate in the years or decades to come. And it goes on to say that using the past as a guide to the future is no longer appropriate in a changing climate. So some quite sobering words there from the UN World Meteorological Organization. Let's go through some of the possible impacts of climate change on aviation. One is the fact that many international hub airports around the world are located coastally and therefore are susceptible to sea level rise, plus storm surges. A second is that as the air warms at an airport, the density reduces, and that reduces the amount of lift and thrust that can be generated by a departing airport and can introduce takeoff weight restrictions. We generally expect more extreme weather as part of climate change as well, including more lightning. I'll talk about that. The winds at aircraft cruising altitudes, principally the jet streams in the atmosphere, are believed to be changing as part of climate change as well, changing in latitude as well as strength, changing the headwinds and the tailwinds and the crosswinds at cruising altitudes. And then finally, the possibility, which I personally have studied the most, the possibility of more turbulence resulting from climate change as well, as the atmosphere becomes more sheared, develops stronger wind shear, and more instabilities generating turbulence. So let's go through these impacts now one by one. We know that the sea level has been rising for the past several decades, and that's because of thermal expansion. As the ocean warms up, it expands. It obviously can't go down and it can't go sideways, so it has to go up, and the sea level has been rising at about 3.5 centimeters per decade for the past few decades, over 20 centimeters of sea level rise so far. We know from a recent study that if we have 2 degrees Celsius of global warming, and we've already had at least 1 degree, and this year might be the first year where we have 1.5 degrees provisionally, but 2 degrees would put 100 airports worldwide below sea level, according to this recent study. And just to show you a map of the airports that are most susceptible to the effects of flooding and storm surges, here is from that same study a map showing various airports ranked according to the relative risk of sea level rise. I'll draw your attention to the airports in New York and especially LaGuardia. I'm sure many of you will remember that Hurricane Sandy back in 2012 flooded New York City. Well, it was an ex-hurricane by that stage, and LaGuardia was closed for 3 days because both of the runways and all of the tarmac was underwater. This is the kind of thing I think we might see more frequently in future. As you see at the bottom, the flood height return period for flooding of that magnitude of New York City used to be 1 in 500 years pre-industrially. Today it's 1 in 25 years, and in a few decades' time, by 2050, will be once every 5 years. So what used to be an event that only happened twice a millennium is today happening 4 times a century, and in a few decades' time will be happening twice a decade, according to this projection. Moving on then to takeoff weight restrictions, for every 3 degrees Celsius rise in air temperature, the density of the atmosphere reduces by 1%, and that is because there's less air for the aircraft to cut through and generate lift as it is taking off on the runway. And just to put some numbers to that, according to this simple so-called Koch chart, if we take an airport that is at sea level on the right, so an altitude of 0, and at a temperature of 15 degrees Celsius on the left-hand bar, that gives us the black line, which is the baseline here. But then if we warm the air up to 40 degrees Celsius, that gives us the red line. And reading off the scale in the middle, that tells us that if we warm the air from 15 degrees to 40 degrees, we need a 35% increase in the takeoff distance, and I think also a 25% reduction in the rate of climb. So that's the sort of magnitude we can expect here. And of course, if the runway is long enough, this is not a problem. But in airports with short runways, especially in summer, and especially airports at high altitude, this could be a real problem. And together with Professor Anil Padra, who I think is speaking next, we've done some work on that. This is a graph led by Anil, where we've calculated the maximum takeoff mass of an A320 at a particular airport in Greece, and how it has been reducing over time as climate change has warmed the air at that airport. In fact, it's been reducing at a rate of 132 kilograms per year at this airport, which over 30 years equates to over 4 tons, 4,000 kilograms less that can be carried, roughly equal to about 38 passengers plus their luggage. Of course, if the aircraft is nowhere near its maximum takeoff weight, this is not a problem. But in those marginal cases, high-altitude airports with short runways in hot countries in summer, this, I think, could be an increasing problem in the future. We generally expect more lightning from climate change as well. And that's because heat and moisture are the ingredients, really, for extreme weather, and we're putting more heat and moisture into the atmosphere as we warm it up. To give you a quantitative prediction, a recent study calculated that for every 1 degree Celsius of warming, we will have 12% more lightning in the atmosphere. That's a figure for the USA. The movie in the background, by the way, was a research aircraft that was deliberately flown into 1,500 storms and struck by lightning 700 times to research the impacts of a lightning strike on an airframe. So I think we'll see more lightning in future, and because it's 12% per degree, we could see maybe 50% more lightning by the end of this century. I understand that on average, a large commercial airliner is struck by lightning approximately once every 12 months. And of course, it's a major event requiring inspections and possible repairs. I think we'll see that happening more frequently in future as well. And then moving on to the changing winds. The jet stream in the atmosphere is a powerful current that blows from west to east all the way around the world. It's driven by a temperature difference because, of course, the air in the northern hemisphere now, the air to the south of the jet stream is warmer than the air to the north of the jet stream, and that temperature difference is why we have a jet stream in the first place. This is one of the first things we teach our undergraduates when they come to study meteorology. It's called thermal wind balance or geostrophic balance in scientific terms. And it turns out that as the climate changes, the warm air to the south of the jet stream is warming more rapidly than the cooler air to the north. And so that's driving the jet stream to accelerate. What you see here on the panel on the left is a depiction of the average wind strength at about 40,000 feet historically. And you can see that it reaches values of 20 or 30 meters per second on average. The panel on the right shows the change in those wind speeds by the end of this century. And you can see that on popular flight routes in the jet stream regions, in the mid-latitudes in the northern hemisphere, we can expect increases on average of 2, 3, 4 meters per second. So something like a 10% increase in the winds. And these are, of course, the headwinds and the tailwinds that drive journey times, and we've been studying that too. And we've been looking, for example, at transatlantic flights between London and New York. And indeed, when we speed up the jet stream in supercomputer simulations of the atmosphere, eastbound journeys get shorter because of the stronger tailwinds, and westbound journeys get longer because of the stronger headwinds. And interestingly, the record for the fastest eastbound flight time from New York to London, it's the fastest subsonic flight time, has been broken 3 times in the past decade. It used to be 5 hours and 16 minutes from New York to London, then 5 hours and 13 minutes, and today 4 hours and 57 minutes. So that flight time keeps getting shorter, and it's not because aircraft are going any faster in terms of their airspeed, it's because possibly, I think, the winds are getting stronger. Conversely, the headwinds are stronger too, and there have been flights that have taken off with what should have been enough fuel to reach New York, but the headwinds were so strong they had to make an unscheduled refueling stop before they got there in Maine. And then coming on in my final 2 minutes to turbulence, we have clear evidence now that the amount of turbulence in the atmosphere has been increasing over the past 4 decades. Since 1979, when satellites first began monitoring the jet stream, there's been a 55% increase in severe clear air turbulence over the North Atlantic. This is nothing to do with the growth in air travel. This is an intrinsic measure of how much turbulence is in the atmosphere. And it's because the amount of wind shear in the jet stream is increasing, because the air to the south of it is warming faster than the air to the north. We've been asking the question, what does this mean for our future in the next few decades by the 2060s? And of course, we run atmospheric model simulations, and we compare 2 different worlds, a world with pre-industrial or low CO2, and a future world where the CO2 has been increased. And what we find from those simulations is in the vicinity of the jet streams, in both the northern and the southern hemispheres, well, you can read the numbers, 200, 300, 400% more turbulence by the 2060s. These are really busy flight routes, for example, transatlantic traffic and others, which in a few decades' time will be flying in an atmosphere that contains 2 or 3 times or more severe turbulence than we have been used to. And I think this is going to be a key challenge for the sector. How do we respond to this? There are answers. There's LiDAR technology that can see the invisible turbulence, but I think we will need many different approaches to solving this problem. For me, this is the most important impact of climate change on aviation, the prospect of 3 times as much turbulence in the atmosphere and all of the consequences that has. So I've given you 5 different impacts of climate change on the aviation sector. The sector is famously resilient and responds excellently to challenges, so I have no doubt that we will overcome these challenges from climate change, but I think we will have to do some adaptation of the sector, as well as the mitigation, of course, that we're all committed to. Thank you.
Questions?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My name is Aisha Amir, and I study at Emirates University. My question is about engine and airframe design. Looking at the changing climate and the different aspects related to it, do manufacturers have to make major modifications in choosing the material for construction, or even the overall design of the wing or the engine, to overcome these challenges posed by climate change? And if yes, what will happen to the fleet currently in service? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the excellent questions. I think the answer is probably yes, although it's something we're still looking at. I can give you an example, which is that currently the certification standards, so the airworthiness, so the design standards for aircraft today are using turbulence measurements from the 1960s. So when we fly today in aircraft, we're flying in an aircraft that was designed for the atmosphere of the 1960s and the amount of turbulence there was in the 1960s. Well, the atmosphere has changed since the 1960s. There's 55% more severe turbulence in it. So I think this raises questions about whether those certification protocols are still fit for purpose today, and even deeper questions about whether they will remain fit for purpose in the 2050s and 2060s and 2070s. So I'm working with Airbus, who are funding some research, which I'm leading, a 3-year project, to update this turbulence model and make it current and move it into the future as well, to ensure that the airworthiness standards are continue to be met. And in terms of some of the other impacts, takeoff weight restrictions, indeed, if we see a reduction in the amount of thrust that can be generated, I think it's logical that we may need to look at engine modifications, with more powerful engines that can generate more thrust to compensate as well. So all of this is being looked at. We don't have any answers yet, really, but it's a current, very priority area of research for me. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Gary from Leiden University, the Netherlands. My question is about, I'm sorry to ask the other way around of the arrow, because you presented all about CO2 emissions, but study about CO2 emission is very clear. It was IPCC in 1999, and the effect is very certain. But according to that study, the effect of non-CO2 emission, it's uncertain. My question is, how far has it went? Has this went from 1999 to now about the effect of non-CO2 emissions? And do you think that in the future, ICAO, airlines, or aviation industry, key players should put more attention to non-CO2 emission? Thank you.
The non-CO2 emissions?
Yeah. I'm talking about sulfur oxide, nitrous oxide, contrails.
Yes. Thank you again for the excellent question. I think we have focused a lot on the carbon dioxide problem, and I'm sure it was a sensible decision to do that at the time, but today it looks a little bit like perhaps a mistake, because the non-CO2 emissions are at least half the problem, and I believe Professor Padra will be speaking about this next. He's really the expert, so please correct me, Anil, if I'm wrong, but I believe the non-CO2 radiative forcing, so the heating from the non-CO2 exceeds probably the impacts from the CO2. Of course, there are differences, the different timescales. CO2 lasts for decades, contrails last for minutes to hours. I can see in future more of a focus on the non-CO2 as coming, I think, in leading way from the European Union, but around the world as well. I think in future we will see more of a focus on the non-CO2, how to measure it, how to reduce it. So we'll see what happens in that space. I think it's going to be very exciting to see what happens. Of course, there are people today who claim they can predict where a contrail will form and modify the flight route to avoid it. I think those claims have a lot of merit, and so we can do things even today, and certainly in future. I think it will be a bigger area for action.
We have time for one more question.
Hi, it was a nice presentation. I wish to know, due to these wind shear, whether the separation standards will be affected, because when more radar service, ADSB services are there, we are trying to reduce the spacing between aircraft. But due to this one, there will be flights are affected by jet stream. So again, whether it will affect the separation standards.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch. I think you're asking about wind shear.
Yes, wind shear and turbulence, whether it will affect the separation standards. Basically, it depends on aircraft type, whether in future this will be also considered for separation standards.
Yes, thank you. Another good question. And yes, that's right. I think there are consequences for the standards. We've seen a 15% increase in wind shear. We've measured that by satellites, and the projection for the future is maybe a further 29% increase in wind shear by the end of this century in busy flight corridors. My interest in wind shear has always been at flight cruising levels, where it generates turbulence, and so we're certainly looking at that. Of course, wind shear is a problem throughout the depth of the atmosphere, including the lower troposphere near ground. That's something we haven't looked at yet. There are perhaps reasons to expect the surface winds, in fact, to slow down a little bit from climate change. However, we don't have all the answers, and it's still an active area of research. So watch this space, I think, for further updates in future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have the final presenter, Dr. Anil Padra from Cambridge University. And he has promised this is going to be a riveting and exciting presentation, which may be news to him. And he's going to talk, as we've been alluded to, about the impact of contrails.
Dorian, thank you very much. And I'm conscious of the fact that the only thing standing between you and lunch is me. So I'm going to try and talk for as long as possible. First of all, thank you to the previous speaker, Professor Williams, for providing a nice, smooth transition and introduction from CO2 to non-CO2. The work that I'm going to talk about today is some of the work that we did at the Whittle Laboratory at the University of Cambridge a few years back, and continued work that's taken place since then. As Professor Williams said, that the vast majority of research that has been done on the impacts of aviation and on basically the topic of aviation and climate change has really been on the impacts of aviation on climate change. And if you did a Google Scholar search of the number of research papers on the impacts of aviation on climate change, you'll find that there's probably about several hundred papers out there. But if you did exactly the same Google Scholar research on the number of papers to do with the impacts of climate change on aviation, you'll be lucky to find about 50 papers, and most of them were written by Professor Williams as well. So there's a lot more work that needs to happen in the space of climate impacts on aviation. The two key things that I wanted to get across today is, one, yes, that the carbon emissions of aviation are incredibly important. But secondly, also, the non-carbon emissions are quite important as well. And as this diagram above shows you, if you've got a typical jet engine that is operating on a subsonic aircraft, you've got, for every kilogram of jet fuel that you combust, you release about 3 kilograms of carbon dioxide. But also look at all the other exotic chemicals that come out the back end of a jet engine as well, which includes things like nitrogen oxides, hydrocarbons, water vapor, etc. So one of the interesting species out there is nitrogen oxides. Now, nitrogen oxides, just to give you as an example, has a rather complicated impact on the atmosphere. So first of all, in the short term, it increases ozone in the atmosphere. Ozone is a greenhouse gas, so it leads to warming of the atmosphere. But in the long term, it leads to ozone decrease, which cools. Also, nitrogen oxide is responsible for the destruction of methane. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas, so it leads to cooling as well. And then it strengthens, the stratospheric water vapor is also decreased in the atmosphere, which again, water vapor is quite a potent greenhouse gas. Now, this diagram is a diagram taken from a research paper by Professor David Lee from Manchester Metropolitan University. And what you see is a bar that is second down from the top, which is the impact of carbon dioxide emissions from aviation between 1940 and 2018. And you see that there's quite a significant amount of warming from carbon dioxide due to aviation. And if you look furthest to the right, you'll see the level of confidence in the science around this, and you'll see that there's a very high level of confidence in carbon emissions, and it's the impact of that on the atmosphere. However, if you look at the line above it, or the bar above it, which is the contrail cirrus,
the expected impact on global warming is more than on carbon dioxide emissions, but the level of scientific uncertainty or confidence is reasonably low. So there's quite a bit of work here to do for atmospheric scientists and aviation engineers to try and better understand the impacts of contrails cirrus. You've then also got the other impacts here of nitrogen oxides and stuff like sulfur dioxide and soot particles and aerosols, etc. But the takeaway message from here is that the non-CO2 impacts could potentially be as comparable or maybe greater than the carbon dioxide emissions. And one of the biggest non-CO2 bars on this diagram is contrails, and so that's what I want to focus on for the rest of this talk. So contrails is something that I think everybody has seen. If you've ever looked up on a clear day into the sky, you will see that sometimes you get these line clouds that appear behind aircraft, and those are what we call condensation trails, or to keep things short, we call them contrails. And the diagram at the top shows you the evolution or the kind of the generation of condensation trails or contrails to start off with. So what normally happens is that you have soot particles that are emitted from an aircraft engine, and you've got some moisture in the atmosphere. And that moisture in the atmosphere latches on to those soot particles. And because aircraft are cruising very high altitudes where the temperature is quite cold, as long as you've got a temperature of minus 40 degrees Celsius or below, essentially those moisture particles that have latched onto the soot particles will freeze. And as they freeze, those ice crystals that have been generated will grow in size depending on the amount of moisture that's in the atmosphere. And all of this happens very, very quickly, within a matter of seconds, even less than a second, and that's why you see these condensation clouds forming very quickly behind an aircraft. And what you also see is if you take the total carbon or non-carbon impact of aviation activity, then the pie charts on the bottom of this diagram show you the relative impacts. So the pie chart in the middle shows you that the aviation-induced contrails or cirrus clouds have a slightly bigger impact than the carbon dioxide emissions in terms of global warming. And then if you zoom in on the aviation-induced cloudiness, then it's the persistent contrails that have about 20% of an impact, but it's the contrail cirrus that is induced because of aircraft activity that has the vast majority of impact. So this is an interesting set of diagrams, because often the question that I get when I talk about the topic of contrails is, how is it possible that a single line cloud in the sky produced by an aircraft can have such a large impact on global warming? And the answer to that question is the single line cloud that exists, if it does not persist, it doesn't have a very big impact. If it does persist, it does have a reasonable impact, but the biggest impact comes from those persistent contrails that exist that then evolve into contrail cirrus clouds. And just to put that into context, I've got a case study here of an aircraft. It's a military aircraft that produced some contrails in the top right-hand corner of the first image. So you see an aircraft one morning, I think in 2009, that was circling over the North Sea in the United Kingdom. And it generated contrails. And that was 10 o'clock in the morning. And then as the northerly wind kind of progressed and the contrail cloud basically moved further south, it generated contrail cirrus clouds. And the question then would be that if that aircraft wasn't present in the first place generating contrails, then would that contrail cirrus cloud have existed? And the last image there is some 10 hours after the contrail was formed, and you can see that it looks very likely by looking at these satellite images that contrail cloud caused that cloudiness to occur. And it's that cloudiness that then generates the warming impact. And how do clouds generate a warming impact? Well, one thing that is worth thinking about is if you have a clear winter night, you will find that it can be very, very cold. But if you have the same night but with a layer of cloud, then usually that cloud acts like a bit of a blanket, and the temperature at surface level is quite warm. And these high altitude clouds generate the same impact, the same mechanism for warming, and that's why it's important. Now, where and during what times of the year do these clouds exist? Well, we looked at a 5-year period from 2014 to 2018 and looked at historical data of the atmosphere at cruise altitude 2 times of the year, in February and in June. So in February, you can see that the probability in the top diagram there of a persistent contrail forming is quite high in the equatorial regions. And then as we progress through the year into the summer, in June then, the second picture shows you that the persistent, or the likelihood of persistent contrails moves further north. And that's most likely related to the fact that you get a lot more moisture in the atmosphere as you warm the atmosphere up. And in the northern hemisphere, of course, it's warmer in the summer, and so you get more moisture in the atmosphere. So the 2 things that you need for contrails to form is, one, very, very low temperatures, often temperatures below minus 40 degrees Celsius, and that's fairly easy to achieve in most parts of the globe at cruise altitude. But the other requirement is lots of moisture, so high humidity levels in the atmosphere, and that does not always occur everywhere, but the diagrams here show where it's most likely to occur. So what we wanted to do is look at global aviation and try and work out what the contrail impacts are in terms of global warming. And so we used a methodology based on the work of Roger Teo at Imperial College, who's published a paper, and it's in the press at the moment. And then we also used a very well-known contrail model that was developed by Ulrich Schumann in Germany, called the COSIP model. And what this model does is it basically models contrail formation and its evolution over time. And we analyzed about 300,000 flights across 2019 from multiple airlines that were operating Airbus and Boeing aircraft. I won't go through the details of how we carried out the methodology, but it's basically the work of Teo et al. In 2024. And what we found out of the 300,000 flights that we looked at is that just over 50% of those flights had contrail formation. About 14% of those flights generated cooling contrails. So not all contrails are bad. If contrails are produced during the day in the right location, they can actually cool the atmosphere because the solar radiation is reflected back out to space. And that was the case in about 14% of those contrails. But the worrying statistic here is that about 40% of the contrails that were formed by these 300,000 aircraft flights were what we call net warming contrails. So it's possible that when the contrail was formed, that initially it was a cooling contrail, but then by the time the contrail evolved and that the flight got to its end, that the contrail had a net warming impact. And that was on about 40% of occasions. The interesting thing also from this study was that only a very small percentage of flights were the most problematic. So about 8% of the flights generated about 80% of the warming from contrails. And so that then begs the question that if you can target just a small percentage of flights, the 8% of flights, then probably you can mitigate quite a lot of the impact from contrails. Now, if you was to release a ton of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, then that carbon dioxide and its effects would probably persist for hundreds of years, maybe 1,000 years. If you generate a contrail, then most likely, even if it's a persistent contrail, that contrail will stop having a warming impact within a period of, a matter of hours, maybe half a day at most. So how do you then work out the impacts, or how do you compare the impacts of CO2 and non-CO2? Well, what we do is we convert the non-CO2 impacts into a carbon dioxide equivalent, and then we map the warming over a certain time period, a time horizon, And the two time horizons that I've chosen here is a 20-year time horizon and a 100-year time horizon. And you can see that if you look at a 20-year time horizon, the impact of warming from contrails completely outweighs the impact from carbon dioxide emissions. But if you look at it over a 100-year time period, then the carbon dioxide, which is obviously in the atmosphere for longer, has a slightly bigger impact. But even then, its impact, the impact from contrails is bigger than it is from carbon dioxide, according to this modeling. Something else that we also found is that if you try and work out the warming impact across the year for these 300,000 flights, then 50% of the warming impact comes in the last 2 months and the first 2 months of the year. So November, December, January, and February, those 4 months of the year, generate 50% of the warming impact. And that might be different for other airlines depending on their network. But for the airlines that we looked at in Europe, that was the case. The biggest impacts were on flights that crossed the equator, so aircraft that were flying from the northern hemisphere going down to the south and vice versa were more likely to generate a persistent contrail and therefore have a greater warming impact. Also, flights to the Caribbean were quite problematic as well. Now, something that we found that was rather interesting from the study that we looked at is that there's a bit of a trade-off here. Over the years, the industry has tried to reduce its climate impact by producing more fuel-efficient engines. And what we found is of the different aircraft types, the most fuel-efficient aircraft were probably the worst when it came to contrail formation. I won't go into the thermodynamics of it, but basically the exhaust gas temperatures have an impact on contrail formation. And as time has gone on and more fuel-efficient engines have been produced, more of the energy in the fuel has been converted, or less of it has been converted into heat, and therefore the exhaust gas temperatures are cooler. And so, for example, the Airbus A350s and the Boeing 787s have a higher chance or likelihood of a contrail forming compared to some of the older aircraft, such as the A380s and the Boeing 777s there. And there is actually observed evidence of this. So this is a picture in the bottom of this slide from 2000 when a German research project basically flew 2 aircraft in the same bit of airspace. On the left-hand side, you've got an Airbus A340, which at the time was a relatively fuel-efficient aircraft, compared to the aircraft on the right, which is a Boeing 707, which is known to be a very fuel-inefficient aircraft. And both of these aircraft are flying in the same piece of airspace at the same flight level, and yet the aircraft on the right, which is a Boeing 707, is not producing any contrails, and the aircraft on the left is producing contrails, giving you demonstrated evidence that aircraft type and engine type has an impact. Now, contrail mitigation is something that airlines have tried to do some work on. This is a case study of an Etihad aircraft flying from Amsterdam to Abu Dhabi in 2022, where the airline flight planned the aircraft to fly as per normal and then worked out where contrails are likely to form and then adjusted the profiles accordingly. And according to their work, they saved 261.8 tons of CO2 equivalent on that flight with a slight increase in carbon dioxide emissions. You get the slight increase in carbon dioxide emissions because you're flying slightly lower, which means that you're impacting, or you're feeling the impact of the drag a little bit more and therefore burning a little bit more fuel. There are some other mitigation options. We know that contrails that are formed during the night are bad. They are only warming. There's no cooling involved. So if we can reduce nighttime flying, that could help. There's also the possibility that sustainable aviation fuels might be a part solution to the contrails problem. SAF has lower aromatics than conventional fuel, and therefore soot particle emissions are lower. If you have less soot particles emitted, your ice crystals are larger, and if you get larger ice crystals, they tend to subside much quicker into warmer atmosphere, and therefore the contrails disappear quicker. And there's also, obviously, the transition towards electric and hydrogen aircraft. Electric aircraft won't produce any contrails, which is great. Hydrogen aircraft will produce contrails, but they're likely to be less persistent contrails, and so that could be a solution. Now, one of the interesting things as to why non-CO2 is important is because there are policymakers and regulators out there who are developing regulations to try and understand the impacts of non-CO2. And so within a period of just over 6 weeks, on the 1st of January 2025, the European Commission is asking all airlines that operate within European airports and from European airports to Switzerland and the United Kingdom to monitor their non-CO2 impacts and report that on an annual basis between now and 2027. And then what the European Commission will do is make a decision on whether or not to expand the current European Union emissions trading scheme, which basically requires airlines to pay for their carbon emissions, whether to extend that to non-CO2 emissions as well. So it's possible, very possible, that airlines will be paying for their non-CO2 emissions in the future as early as possibly 2028. So we need to better understand the non-CO2 impacts because airlines could get financially penalized, and when airlines get financially penalized, often passengers get financially penalized as well. So this could have a big impact on operations in the future. Now, it's always nice to come to these conferences and talk about, you know, the stuff that we've been doing and getting you to listen and trying to convince you that, you know, these matters are important to aviation. But here is also an opportunity for you to get involved in some of the research that we've been doing. Many of you will be familiar with Flight Radar 24, where you can track your flights. Well, a little bit of work that we did with Breakthrough Energy, which is an organization formed by Bill Gates in the US. We basically created a Flight Radar 24 equivalent, but for contrails. So if you've taken a flight recently, you can now go back onto maps.contrails.org and find out whether your flight produced a contrail or not and which part of the world it produced a contrail. So that's quite nice. We've also did a little bit of work with the Google Climate Research team to try and use machine learning and artificial intelligence to try and train the system to look at satellite images where you can pick out contrails. And by doing that, you can then link the contrail to individual flights and try and work out the impact and actually have a real-world observation of those contrails from remote sensing. And then just to plug a particular app, contrails.org. This is an app that was produced by one of my students at Cambridge. You can download it on the Google App Store and other places. And essentially, what we're trying to do is hear a bit of citizen science. If you go onto contrails.org or if you download the app onto your smartphone, every time you're out and about and you see a contrail in the sky, you can simply take your phone out and take a picture of that contrail. And then that information will go back to a system which will link that contrail to a particular flight and to particular atmospheric conditions. And we'll be able to better understand and better try and forecast where these contrails are likely to form. We have lots of observations in Europe and North America, but not many in other parts of the world. So I'm encouraging you today, if you're in lots of different parts of the world, as I know that you are, that you can take these pictures and help try and improve the understanding of science around contrails and non-CO2. So I'm conscious that I'm probably over time, but we're just going to summarize some of the key points. One is that the impact of non-CO2 we have to take seriously because the impacts could be as much or as greater than the carbon dioxide emissions. There is currently a high level of uncertainty about non-CO2 climate impacts, so we do need to improve the science. Not all contrails are bad. Some of them are cooling contrails, but I don't think that the science is in a position at the moment where we can start geoengineering and trying to deliberately produce contrails to cool the atmosphere. Only a very small percentage of flights are problematic, and so we need to identify which those flights are so that we can try and do something around that. Our ability to forecast contrails at the moment is very poor, and that certainly needs to improve. There have been flight trials where contrails, flights have been flown in pieces of atmosphere where we think that contrails are not likely to form, and then contrails have formed, etc. There are some potential mitigation options. SAF is potentially one of them. But we also don't know what the operational impact of some of these mitigation options are. So if we do divert flights to fly in airspace away from contrail-forming regions, are we then deliberately putting those aircraft into airspace or parts of the atmosphere where there potentially is more turbulence or more icing? We don't know the answer to that question. What's the additional carbon dioxide emissions? What's the additional impact on flight times? Again, all of these questions need to be addressed. And also, if you're asking airlines to avoid certain parts of the airspace, then you're concentrating traffic in other airspace sectors, which potentially could lead to more congestion, more delays, and inability for air traffic controllers to manage aircraft well, and therefore flow restrictions and capacity constraints coming in as well. So the bad news is that potentially non-CO2 could be bad for global warming. The good news is that there's plenty of opportunity for researchers to do more research around this and develop a career in researching non-CO2. Thank you very much.
Never question Anil's bravery. He got between you and your lunch. We do not have time for questions. You're going to have to grab him at lunchtime, okay? There's a lot of hungry people out there and you're starting to look threatening. What I will say, first of all, thank you, Anil. And the second thing is, after lunch, I have been informed, I have to remind you, don't just automatically come back in here, but check your schedule, because we're going to split off into 3 separate rooms. So there'll be some presentations here, some in the seminar room, which I guess is going to be clearly marked, and some in the library, PhD Lab 1. We will start again at 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch, and I hope you've enjoyed the program so far. We've got plenty more to get through over the next day and a half. So thank you very much.
इधर 2 बजे के स्लाइड्स किधर है? हाँ इधर ही है, अभी 3 स्लाइड्स है, इधर ही है 2 बजे की आदो उधर अमर के पास है कॉन्फ्रेंस
presentation. Please join us.
IAMC will be back soon.
It's a great lunch we had. I think this is why we can assume some people are still missing, not so many here, they are still eating, but probably a couple of other people will join us. We have a session now about corporate responsibility in the aviation sector and also about airport performance. And the first speech is by Natalie Porter from the University of Auckland in New Zealand. It's on the influence of airlines' corporate social responsibility on airline choice by passengers. Natalie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So, as he said, I'm Natalie. I'm a PhD student at the University of Auckland, and today I'm going to be talking about the influence an airline's corporate social responsibility can have on a passenger's airline choice. So just to start, a brief overview of what is corporate social responsibility. So it covers 3 main areas. These are environmental, social, and governance. The environmental side is looking at things, looking at the company's sustainability actions. The social side is looking at things like their community engagement, such as education or disaster relief. The social side also looks at the diversity of the workforce, as well as the employee safety, which also links into the governance aspect linked with human rights and working conditions and ethics. The economic aspect is sometimes taken into account with CSR, but for my research, I'm only looking at the ESG aspects. So my research predominantly focuses on the commercial aviation industry. This is due to some data in 2022 showed that 70% of air traffic came from airline scheduled flights, and of the commercial CO2 emissions, 81% came from passenger scheduled flights. So this map here just gives a broad overview of the industry, covering the three main areas: airlines, aircraft, original equipment manufacturers, and airports. For CSR, it's not only important for the company to be engaging in CSR, but for their entire supply chain to be engaging. So that's what this map is trying to show. The aircraft OEMs have the biggest supply chain that we can see here, as that is my main focus. But for the research today, I'm focusing on the airlines CSR. And it should be noted, though, that the aircraft OEMs are the extension of the airline's supply chain, so it's all relevant and connected. So why is CSR important for airlines? Past studies have shown that engaging in CSR can provide improved financial performance for an airline. It can also provide them with a competitive advantage, which is particularly relevant in such a saturated market, and this is linked as well with increased customer loyalty. And the final thing is it can help with crisis mitigation. Some studies have shown that having a long history of CSR can help to negate the negative impacts that might be seen if an airline was to be involved with a crisis or a scandal. So my specific research that I'm talking about today I was trying to investigate how aware are passengers of an airline's CSR, and does this have any impact on the importance they place on CSR and any impact on their final airline choice. So from the literature, we came up with 6 main hypotheses. These are generally that demographics, specifically region, would have an impact on awareness level in passengers and their final airline choice. That awareness will affect importance level, which will in turn affect their final airline choice, and that overall some passengers will take CSR into account when they're choosing who they want to fly with. So how did we go about this? We sent out a questionnaire via social media to try and get as wide a range of participants as possible. On the side here, we can see the sort of layout of the questionnaire. We asked some general demographic questions: age, gender, education, some flying pattern questions such as how often are they flying, why are they flying, who are they flying with. And then we went into the more specific CSR questions, so their awareness, the importance they place on certain factors, if they have any deal breakers, such as would they not fly with an airline for any reason, and then their final choice and recommendation questions. We gained 335 responses. 4 of these were disregarded, so it left us with 331 responses, which we then did some statistical analysis using SPSS. Just a little broad overview of the participants that we had. It was around 60% women. The age range was pretty evenly spread across all groups. The majority of our participants came from Europe, followed closely by North America. And in terms of the flying patterns, most people are taking 2 to 3 trips per year and predominantly flying for holiday reasons. So into my results, here we can see the means and standard deviations of the awareness of CSR questions. So these are things like, how familiar are you with CSR? Do you know where to find an airline CSR information? Are you likely to read about something good or bad that an airline has done? And from here we can see that first bar, the blue bar, we can see that the majority of passengers are actually not very familiar with the term CSR, and when they were asked to follow up of what topics come to mind, most people were listing environmental aspects, and it was only those that were extremely familiar with CSR who would list the social and governance side of things as well. And the other important thing to note here is from the pink bar, we can see that the majority of people actually don't know where to find an airline's CSR information, so they might be looking for it, but they're not sure where to find it. So from this, we then did some correlational and regressional analysis to see how these would affect their importance level of various CSR factors. And we found that though minimal, there was a statistically significant influence of awareness on the importance level placed on ESG factors when choosing an airline. And as I said, most participants don't actually know where to find the airline CSR information, and we found that younger people tend to be less aware of CSR, but they're also the ones who are most likely to seek out outside information, be this from friends and family or via internet sources. So we found that this indicated a need for more targeted communication to specific social groups to ensure that the right people are getting the information that they're looking for. So then we move on to the importance factors. So this we asked various statements relating to either the environmental, social, or governance side of CSR, as previous research tends to focus mainly on just the environmental side. So we had 4 environmental statements, 4 social statements, and 2 governance statements, asking things like, is it important to you that an airline engages in carbon offsetting, that they treat their staff well, that they provide charitable donations, these types of things. And again, we did some analysis to see how this related to their final airline choice. And what we found was, though we expected the environmental factors to be the most important, we found that actually the governance topics were considered the most important, and the environmental and social topics were split evenly in terms of importance. We deduced this down to the fact that the governance aspects are more legal and economic requirements of an airline, and that passengers generally expect that an airline should be engaging in these activities as a base level. They don't see it as above and beyond like they do with the environmental and social aspects. We did note that, though, that all 3 had an influence on a passenger's final airline choice, that if they found them important, it was influencing them to choose that airline. We also noted that they correlated with each other, in that if a passenger found in the environmental topics to be important, they were also more likely to find the social and governance aspects to be important as well. And this indicated to us that CSR is actually more of a holistic view rather than 3 separate segments, and perhaps we need to be treating it more as one wide grouping, because additionally some aspects can fall under more than one category. For example, we asked about environment, if they found it important that they complied with environmental regulations, we put this as an environmental aspect. However, this could easily fall under a governance topic as well. Then we moved on into our passengers, the deal breaker questions. So this would be, if an airline was seen to be doing such a thing, would you still fly with them? So if they were involved in an environmental scandal, or if your friends or family had a bad experience with them, would you still fly with this airline? And as we can see with the blue bar at the end, the only one that people were still pretty happy to fly with the airline was if they weren't engaging in any sort of charitable donations, but most of the others, they would fluctuate between not really wanting to fly with them or considering not flying with them. And then lastly, we had the final passengers' airline choice. So would they choose or recommend an airline that engaged in CSR? And we found that passengers who considered the environmental and social aspects to be more important were more likely to both choose and recommend an airline that had good CSR engagement, particularly those that found carbon offsetting, engaging in sustainable aviation fuels, charitable donations, and engaging with the community to be important. And this is worthy to note, as apart from carbon offsetting, those areas were ranked the lowest in terms of importance. And so this noted to us that perhaps there's a lack of awareness and passengers are actually unsure what airlines are doing or what these things actually mean. And so airlines need to be providing more detail and more specific accounts of what activities they're engaging in. And just to round off for would they actually consider CSR, we asked at the start of the survey for the participants to rank their top 3 factors when choosing an airline without CSR as an option, and we found that cost, flight route, and reputation were the most highly ranked things that people consider when choosing an airline. And then at the end of the survey, they were asked, would you replace any of these top 3 with CSR? And we found that around 1/3 of the participants were replacing one of their top 3 with CSR, and we can see from the new rankings that CSR would actually place as the 4th most important factor when choosing an airline. So this is indicating to us that passengers are finding this to be an important aspect. So to conclude, we found that there is clear evidence that CSR can be a useful tool for airlines as long as it is executed correctly, as passengers are placing importance on CSR, all areas of CSR, to a certain degree, not just the environmental side. And then linked in with this, that airlines should be increasing the awareness of specific activities that they are engaging with. And linked with that, that airlines need to implement targeted communication to different social groups to ensure that they can access the correct information, as though many airlines provide CSR reporting or sustainability reporting. As we noted, a lot of people don't know where to find this information, so airlines need to be looking for new pathways to reach all the correct social groups. This research will be contributing to my PhD research, which is looking at how I'm aiming to produce a framework for aviation companies to provide more cohesive and transparent CSR information for all stakeholders involved. Thank you very much for listening. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Natalie. Do we have any questions? We have, I think, some 5 minutes or so for questions. There's one, yeah.
I can probably hear you.
You can also come here, yeah. If we...
Pay €5 more for a ticket, they don't want to pay for it. So the question is, did your study find any willingness to pay additionally for CSR, or is it still the case that they're interested but don't want to pay for it?
Yes, that's a very good question, thank you. We didn't specifically ask if they were willing to pay more, as there were quite a few studies that already existed in terms of willingness to pay, which did indicate that passengers would be willing to pay more. And obviously, as you say, there is the possibility that people say that they're interested in the CSR aspect, but when it actually comes to paying for it, they don't necessarily want to. But based on the way we ask the questions, we do think that, okay, there might be some people who are saying that and wouldn't do it, but based on their answers, it does seem like they would take CSR into account with... I think perhaps the cost thing is a difficult one to answer. You know, if it's going to be like $200 more for a ticket, I think the age takes that into account. Younger people are probably not more willing to pay, but we think that those that are in the older age brackets and have more disposable income actually were more willing to pay because they have more to spend. But yes, those that are the younger, that potentially are the ones that are considering it more, may not be as willing to pay, but that would require a bit more research on that to fully answer it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just one more question.
Yeah.
Not so much a question, but a comment, really. If I am a passenger and I want to fly from Dubai to London, and there are 3 different flight options on Google or Kayak or whatever, it's not always clear for me which one is the most environmentally efficient airline to fly with, because each airline will calculate the carbon footprint in a slightly different way. So I think it would be nice for some sort of consistency in the way some of these metrics are presented. And I think if you deep dive into airlines' sustainability reports, each airline has got different metrics that they are displaying, and it's again very difficult to do a comparison. So any thoughts on trying to develop a consistent framework? I think that's what you're trying to do anyway, but any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that is actually predominantly what my research is about. So I've also, not looking at the airlines, but I recently looked at the aviation manufacturers and all deep dived into their CSR reporting, and we did find exactly that there's a lot of discrepancies with the metrics reported and the units used, and it's very difficult to compare. So I guess that is sort of what I'm trying to find a way to produce a specific framework for the aviation industry that would make it very easy and clear to compare between the companies, how they're all doing in terms of their CSR, to hopefully make it more transparent to people. Yeah.
Any more questions? If not, I may have one, which builds a bit upon the last question. So I think normally you don't have the choice between many airlines, but you want to fly from A to B to a certain destination. Probably you have 2, 3, 4, 5 airlines to choose from, which fly at different times, different frequencies, different products, different prices. So I wonder even if someone from his mind on would be happy to make his or her decision based on sustainability criteria, would such a person in reality ever have the chance to do so because these other factors may be much more dominating?
Yeah, I think it would be, it's difficult because as you say, the price and the times and the flight routes were all there for you when you Google them or research them, but obviously some airlines now do report the CO2 emissions, I think, for the flight. But yeah, you can't see their full sustainability or CSR impact. So I think that's where the communication comes into play, trying to actually reach the potential passengers before they're even choosing an airline so that they already know a bit about your sustainability in the back of their head when they're looking at their options. They might be like, oh, I saw something about that on a various platform. So I think that's what we found would be useful for airlines to use in that regard.
Thank you. Any more questions? No. Then thank you, Natalie.
Thank you very much.
And I would ask you, Enoch, to join us here. So the next presentation is from Enoch Minter from Kingston University in the UK, and it's about the question if gender diversity at the airline board level has an impact on the level of airline environmental and social disclosure. So the floor is yours, Enoch.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enoch Oparaminta, and I co-authored this paper with Professor Mahmoud Mazowski from St. Andrews University in Scotland. So we are looking at the airline's environmental and social disclosure, and we are critically asking the question whether board gender diversity really counts or matter. So there is pressure from all stakeholders, from individuals to investors to civil society organizations, about accountability of airlines' environmental and social efforts, especially in this age where the impact of the airlines' environmental and social concerns and efforts has really come under great scrutiny. Due to this, companies have now developed several channels of reporting their social and environmental disclosure on their website, annual reports, sustainability reports, newsletters, social media platforms, and what have you. But one of the game-changing effects of disclosure has to be with the fact that, specifically for the investor community, there is the benefits of the reduction of information asymmetry and agency conflicts between companies and investors, as improved transparency in environmental and social disclosure has become a very key criteria for investors who are really looking into the environmental and social portfolios of airlines before they make any investment. But the literature also brings something important to the conversation, especially in assessing airlines' environmental and social initiatives and what have you. Most of the research has centered on looking at some governance and financial variables when assessing companies' environmental and social disclosure practices. Although prior literature has given a lot of attention to the relationship between board characteristics and disclosure practices, and board characteristics, a very important component, because board of directors are tasked with the developments of the social and environmental strategy for companies, and most importantly, the oversight responsibilities board have over the environmental and social practices of airlines and organizations in general. Other studies have looked at, determinants of corporate social responsibility practices from board variables such as board independence, board gender diversity, and whatnot. But owing to studies on board gender diversity and disclosure practices, there has been some mixed results, especially with the fact that most studies have only concentrated on single industries, and even in mixed industries, there has been a focus on financial sector, the consumer, retail, technology, telecommunication, and less studies on the aviation industry. And this is really reiterated by the study of Zeba and Johansson in 2022 that revealed that scholarly studies, especially looking at the relationship between some governance variables and ESD, which is environmental and social disclosure in airline industries, is still under examined or understudied. But few studies that have been looking at some of these variables has always centered on the impacts of, for example, ESG disclosure, firm value, ESG disclosure, and CSR reporting. And one of my latest papers in 2013, where I assessed the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on social and environmental reporting in the airline industry. This brings us to the call, both by my paper and that of Zainab and Johnson's systemic literature review, to study the impact of board gender diversity on environmental and social disclosure in the context of the airline industry. So the objective of this paper is straightforward. We want to fill the gap in prior literature by examining the linkages, the correlation between board gender diversity, whether there's any relationship or correlation between board gender diversity and also female representation in terms of the number of females that are supposed to be representative on boards and airlines' environmental and social disclosure, so that the justification for this research is to contribute to a deep understanding of how governance variables such as board gender diversity plays when it comes to environmental and social disclosure. For our methodology, we settled on two theoretical frameworks, and the first theoretical framework, which was used to define our first hypothesis, was the gender socialization theory. And the gender socialization theory is built on the thesis of the ethical sensitivity of women. So this theory says that once we have a lot of women on the board, they express higher sensitivity and communal spirit to ethical issues, which commonsensically translates to the reason why companies would want to disclose more when it comes to their environmental and social disclosure. So we develop our first hypothesis and say that we want to test whether there is a relationship, a positive relationship between board gender diversity and airlines' environmental and social disclosure. Our second hypothesis is developed on the critical mass theory of female directors. Prior studies have evidence that boards include females just as a tick box function or for compliance function purposes, and especially when we want to express the whole idea of tokenism, just using women representation as token to show that, yes, we are a gender-friendly board. But the critical mass theory asks the question of at what particular threshold would the influence and the impacts of women be felt on the board, and we are assessing that threshold, the impacts of that threshold, and the companies or the airline companies' environmental and social disclosure. So our second hypothesis is testing a critical mass of at least 3 female directors on the board, which we think would be positively associated with airlines' environmental and social disclosure. In terms of our research design, we picked our sample from Skytrax. Skytrax is one of the world-leading rating organizations. And in developing our variable for environmental and social disclosure, we developed a keyword list. Developing this keyword list is very important. I think it goes back to the question Prof asked about the consistency in terms of the framework airlines use in disclosing their environmental and social disclosure. So airlines popularly use the Global Reporting Initiative, the GRI, the TCFD, the TNFD. But the commonality between these standards and frameworks has to do with some of these key words they use. So we develop a keyword list, taking, for example, for environment, taking keywords such as carbon emissions, environmental impacts, renewable energy for social, community engagement, diversity, health and safety, which we compile from all of these different standards and then from prior literature to develop our keyword list. With this keyword list, we take measures from proportion of sentences which relate to this keyword list, and then we scale it against the total number of sentences using the CFI software, which is an automated textual analysis software. We then develop our independent variable board gender diversity using 2 proxies. The first proxy was the number of female directors against the total number of directors on the board, which has been extensively used in prior literature. And then the second hypothesis, which is checking the threshold at which the number of women on the board will be able to make influence or make impact. We test this by employing 4 different dummies, where we create one dummy for one female and then see the impact of that on the board's environmental and social disclosure. We do for 2 female, 3 female, and for 4 female. We apply control variables, so we don't have any influence. So we apply both financial and governance control variables, and that is design. In terms of analytical techniques, we employ an OLS, a fixed effect, and a turbid effect to see how this different regression would have on the correlation we are trying to establish between board gender diversity and environmental and social disclosure and the threshold to the environmental and social disclosure. So our findings for hypothesis 1, which is asking whether there is any relationship between board gender diversity and the airline's environmental and social disclosure, we see a positive relationship across all the 3 regression analysis. So from the OLS, fixed effect, and turbid effect, we see a high correlation, 99 and 95, between board gender diversity and ESG disclosure. For our second hypothesis, as we said, to clear that idea that women are just included on the board as a checkbox function for tokenism, we create 4 dummies, 1 female on the board, 2 female on the board, 3, and then 4. We realize that for 3 female on the board, there is a kind of significance on board decision making, but this is not so much pronounced. But at the threshold of 4 females, we see a very strong correlation between the number of females on the board and the level of environmental and social disclosure. We go on to apply a robustness test, and with the robustness test, we're looking at 2 important variables, governance and then the size of the firm. We see that the size of the firm, when there is high governance in the organization, we see a more pronounced relationship between board gender diversity and environmental and social disclosure. If we check the coefficient, 9.9, and then when it comes to the size of the firm, we see that firms that are larger in size also have this relationship between board gender diversity and environmental and social disclosure more pronounced. In conclusion, our study makes 2 important contributions. Number 1, that there is a very strong and significant correlation between board gender diversity and the level of environmental and social disclosure in an airline industry. But most importantly, if we want to really assess the important question of at what threshold would the relationship between board gender diversity or the number of females on the board and environmental and social disclosure would be more pronounced, we say that it is at a threshold of at least 4 female directors on the board. In terms of policy, we make a recommendation that airline industries, especially the regulatory bodies like IATA, ICAO, and other regional organizations, should be looking at developing more gender diversity quota for airline industries, so that once we increase the number of female representation, especially owing to this threshold on the board, we would be able to have more airline companies disclosing on their environmental and social performance. And as part of our recommendation, we were also putting forward the fact that it is not just about mandating airlines to make some of these quota very visible in the organizations, but the whole process of incentivizing this process of increasing the gender diversity quota for airlines would also be a very significant step in helping airlines match up with some of these responses. So these are my references. Thank you very much. If you have any questions and any comments, thank you.
Thank you, Enoch. And a big thanks to Natalie and you for staying in time. Okay. So we have really a couple of minutes for questions. Are there any? Okay, we are after lunch, so that may explain a bit. I may have one, if you permit. It's a bit about causality issues that probably may be there. I wonder, you have shown the more women there are in the board, the more the higher the ESD value, that means more environmental and social disclosure. I wonder if there may also be a relationship the other way around, that in firms that are, for whatever reasons, forced to do ESD disclosure because these firms have their company seat in a certain world region like Europe probably or whatever, maybe as part of their ESD efforts, they also decide to have more women in the board. So maybe you have a view on this.
Okay, so this comes back to reverse causality. So this study was looking at the correlation and then not causation. So in terms of reverse causality, another way would also be that a company that has very good credentials in terms of environmental and social disclosure would attract a lot of females on the board. And that is why for the methodology, let me get back to the methodology. That is why for the methodology, we perform the 3 levels of regression, the fixed effects and the topic, to make sure that all issues of reverse causality, yes, and then even heteroscedasticity issues are resolved. So that, again, when we are looking at, as you said, companies that have very good environmental and social disclosure practices or credentials would attract females. So there is also that reverse causality, consideration. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay. Any other questions in the meantime? Okay, maybe one more from my side. I wonder why 4? Why you have your independent variable is 4 female board representatives. I wonder, have you had a look at how many board members airlines have in general? Because I would assume that there are a number of small boards around, airlines who only have 2 or 3 persons in the board. And in this case, obviously, 4 women would not be achievable. So maybe you have an...
Okay, so during our robustness test, we also consider 2 variables. Organizations that have high and low governance, and other organizations which are larger and small. And once organizations are large, you realize that they'll make room for a lot of board members and what have you. But we see that for smaller firms, the relationship was there, but was not well pronounced as it is in larger firms. So there will definitely be those differences. But as the correlation said, to prevent the whole idea of tokenism and just using women as representation just to tick the box, we saw a very direct correlation for 3. We saw a correlation at 90%, but for 4 and above, we saw a correlation of more than 99. Yeah, that is why we had that. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay. So thank you, Enoch.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And now I got the request from several sides to skip the break, and that means that we proceed directly with the 3rd and final presentation of this session. And this final presentation is from Professor Dimitrios Dimitriou from the University of Twente. As I just learned, it has to be pronounced. It's about airport operators' performance evaluation using an asset management assessment framework. We just need 1 second to get the new slides.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Go ahead.
That you accommodate the program in order to be more flexible for the audience or also for the speakers. I would like to say that it's a pleasure for us to be here and present some research papers, and one of these is regarding the evaluation of airports' performance using asset management techniques. And we have a presentation tomorrow regarding sustainability as well, and how we assess sustainability. And just a few words. My name is Dimitris Dimitriou. I'm professor on the subject of performance management. I have some experience in managing large enterprises. I was the chairman of the Athens airport for many years, and the transport authorities as well for some others. We have contributed in 22 large research programs focused on transportation business, and I am participating in various committees in transportation sector, especially in Europe and US and UK, and also I am the founder of the network of experts named VIP for Ride. VIP for Ride means valuable investment projects for reasonable infrastructure development, that I invite you to join us in social media, especially in LinkedIn. Also, we have some awards regarding our research, and I'm happy to say that I start with a comment from the previous presentation, where very nice questions raised in the first presentation regarding the rating of sustainability in terms of corporate social responsibility. I think that is from your side, sir, that you raised that question. And I'm happy to say that we are working on that subject, and tomorrow we present some type of evaluation, and we are continuously working on that, because you're absolutely right, the market or even the business experts, they don't know, they don't recognize how we evaluate sustainability. And today here we learn, or we try to present you a method regarding how to evaluate asset, because airport, except to be a transportation hub connecting air and land, it's also an enterprise, and it's very important for the shareholders, the stakeholders, to evaluate this asset in terms not only the traffic, but also regarding what is the added value of that asset, especially for the society, but also for in the market development and the local business ecosystem. So this is the method. So the method, the formulation of this presentation is, we use that structure. We propose, we give you the purpose of the method, with the importance of asset management for a capital-intensive investment like airports. Capital-intensive means that you give all the money, all the capitals at the beginning, and you are waiting for the first revenue. And also how we formulate the method of AVA, added value on assets, and we present you a case study, of course, Athens Airport, because it's our regional airport. And finally, we give you some highlights and practical recommendations for further research. So first of all, let's define that in terms of enterprise value, we have three main shares, three main things that we have to evaluate. First of all, the book value means the financial profile of the company in terms of their shares or their units. How you split it depends on the formulation of the enterprise of an airport. This is obviously the accounting part of the valuation, so it's the book value, as we say in economics. The second thing is how this enterprise, how this company, especially for airports, as I tell you in the beginning, is a capital-intensive enterprise, means it's very important to see how this enterprise maintains the debt, because it's heavily debt in the beginning. And here is a lot of KPIs that give us a view about that one. And finally, it's another part that is the commercial value or the social economic value, if you wish, where we evaluate tangible and not tangible assets compared with risks and value at risk, VAR. It's a common method that we use in order to evaluate the performance of that enterprise. And AVA, that we introduce, added value on assets, it's also a tool in order to present, in order to due diligence that value of enterprise. So the AVA model formulation in terms of airport asset management have to deal with a long-term value creation and evaluate that creation, to support us regarding investment prioritization, because you imagine that the development of airport is using a moduling scheme for growing. The third part is regarding how efficient use that capital, that spent, that invested, regarding risk management and the risk rising because of the operation. The investment horizon, very critical on that, because as I tell you, most of the capitals became from loans. And the volatility analysis, that means to see how these shares, how these values fluctuate in terms of time. AVA evaluates asset efficiency by measuring the financial value, as you can see in the slide, generated from the operating revenues and expenses. So the formulation of the AVA, the form of AVA equation is presented in the slide, where you can see that NOPAT, we use NOPAT, where is the net operating profits after tax, and adjusted by the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital, and the economic capital employed, means CAPEX, in other words, in more accounting works. So this is AVA, and the fluctuation or the volatility of this formulation, that let's say value, that price is we use covariance, that is a common use in value at risk methodology, where we can find, we adjust the volatility, compares with average mean, with a mean value for a time period. Here we use 5 years. And usually we use 5 years because 5 years is mainly the maximum length, time length of a business plan. This is why we use 5 years. So high volatility means that we have significant fluctuations over volatility, variability over time. That means that we have a covariance greater than 1. Between 0.5 and 1 means medium volatility, and lower than 0.5, it means low volatility. In other terms, that an airport have a growing with a high volatility is the wish of its shareholder. This means that we have a growing, significant growth. Here we have Athens Airport as a case study to see how, in practice, we use that methodology, where we use all the time, all the traffic and all the financial results for the last 5 years, 8 years, from 2015 to 2023. We use that period because, especially for Greece, we have, maybe you know or you remember that we are in financial stress during the period of 2015-2018 because of financial stress and financial conditions. And also we have the period of COVID that affected aviation business heavily. So we use the airport report in terms of financial data and regarding traffic and characteristics of traffic, and this is, let's say, the fluctuation of our, let's say, AVA components in our formula, where you can see in 2020 we have a huge decline, and this is because of the negative effects of COVID. In other terms, if you were an investor and you want to buy shares at an airport, then 2020, it was the right time. And also you can see that for enterprises, that year, it was a huge pressure in terms of how they maintain their loans, their debt, and also it was a very big question mark about the future of that business because we didn't know how long it would took COVID-19 effects. Now we know, but at that time we didn't know. So it was a big discussion that period. And you can see here the fluctuations results in terms of AVA, where we have a negative AVA, means that we have a negative impact in the value of the shares of an airport, of this enterprise, in 2020. In other terms, it's better for the shareholders that time to pay you in order to gain, in order to take the shares, or in other terms, it was a very bad, let's say, situation in terms of the commercial value of that enterprise. No one wants to invest in aviation at that time. So we can speak a lot about that fluctuations, but let's focus. I know that is the last presentation, and I have to focus on the key details of the key outputs of that research. Sorry, something I make mistake. Oh, here we are. Sorry about that, but it's in a delay how I go back. So, regarding COVID-19, there is a significant decline in added value on assets for Athens airports, but also for the most airports globally, and especially in Europe and the US, where we have a lot of airports that stopped operation for many months, even a year. COVID-19 highlighted airport vulnerability to external shocks, and means that this is a great risk that have to deal with that sector, I mean aviation sector. Need to enhance risk management and resilience strategies. Resilience strategies means to find alternative ways in order to maintain traffic if we have similar effects or similar things in the future. And resiliency means continuity, and this is also a big challenge for airports. Importance of robust risk management, and robust risk management means to demonstrate risks connected, related to AVA, and to analyze the hidden risks behind that, and to create new procedures in terms of the operation of traffic, operation of demand, more flexible operational strategies, and connect and relate the outputs and the performance outputs with the of enterprise, with the financial and the financial outputs of enterprise, with the external events, and also the operational disturbances that may be taking place. Regarding volatility and usage covariance of defining the AVA, it's to see that for the years between 2015-2023, 8 years period, the average is close to 8.8. That means high volatility, and this is because of the decline of the period of COVID period, but it's also a significant growth after the COVID. That is something that we have to highlight it. The stabilization of financial performance post-COVID is the key challenge for airports, and also proactive planning is the key tool, a key action, a key area that we have to focus in order to avoid high volatility environments that is not happy for our stakeholders and shareholders as well. Volatility implication provide us some strategic insights. Positive volatility impressions, implications means that dynamic adjustments to revenue sources and strategic realignment during recovery years is crucial. And also negative volatility implications means instability and risk factors for financial planning. And the big discussion is in the aviation market, how long will be the analysis, the risk analysis that we have affected, we have to introduce in our companies, in our airport enterprises, and under what cost will be, let's say, the key fact that we have to include in our business plans in order to achieve financial resiliency over the years, because you see that the fixed cost of airports is very high, and this very high fixed cost have to give us new directions to more flexible operational approaches. So I can tell a lot about the positive implications and the negative implications in management, but you can see that even depending on the case study, all these implications deal with how the management reflect and develop new strategies in order to mitigate the risks. And strategic recommendations for the future is that operational efficiency, it's something crucial, and cost management practices to reduce disruptions is something that the industry have to deal with. Regarding strategic investments, have to focus on moduling development of infrastructure step by step when it is necessary in order to avoid high financial risks because external events. And the resiliency, regarding business resiliency, contingency plans, it's the key, the major key in order for financial, let's say, to deal with financial risks at airport enterprises. Also invite you to read that or to buy or to ask us to give a copy of our new book, presenting one part of the book presented at AVA. That is published by Elsevier, so it's a high review, a very deep review, peer review, as we said, book. You can scan here in order to find more info, but also you can directly find me in order to have a quick look in the book. And also a range of publications using our names and the key, let's say, words of airports business. You can find us that we have published on that subject, and we invite you as well, especially the young researchers, to review it. Thank you very much, and I am open to questions.
Thank you, Dimitrios. Are there any questions? I've prepared a few. The first one would be, if I got it right, so AVA, added value on asset, depends on NOPAT, net operating profit after tax, minus capital employed and the cost of capital. So I wonder if at the end of the day, isn't it all about revenues? Because NOPAT is heavily influenced by revenues in a capital-intensive, a fixed capital industry like airports. So from my perspective, revenue flows and the reliability of revenue flows is the key question. So,
of course, obviously. Yeah. You realize that one of the performance measures in terms of asset, it's what is the revenue generated per square meter. Let's say in a simple way. Here is not exactly that, but it's what are the revenue generated for the usage of that land as an airport. This is the concept behind. So you're absolutely right, revenues is a key factor when we speak about performance. But we don't use revenues, here we use net profits, means without taxes, because it's also something critical on that, because we try to have the focus of an investor, of a shareholder. Okay.
Okay.
I hope that I...
Yeah, thank you. Another question I have, it was on one of your figures. I think the depreciation was much lower in 2020. And yes. I wonder how that can be, because, I mean, there was a crisis, which means less revenues, but costs, fixed costs, and depreciation should have remained the same, right?
You're absolutely right. In the capital employed, that is the last, let's say, variable, it's not just the capital that invested, CAPEX, but it's also the depreciation in the CAPEX. So with the term CAPEX, when we have a balance sheet at the price, and especially at the airport, we have all these depreciation rates that we use depending on the asset and how we depreciate the assets of that, let's say, airport. So you are absolutely right. The depreciation cost included in the capital, intensive, let's say, variable. In the CAPEX, in all companies, we include that depreciations. Obviously, it's not the same for a new airport and not the same for an old airport.
Thank you. Any other questions in the meantime? So I have one last one. Imagine you talk to airport managers or policymakers or whatever, and they ask you, so what, if you have a few sentences to explain what would be your recommendations as lessons learned for the next crisis? So the key takeaway message they should keep in mind to be better prepared for whatever crisis will come one day.
Contingency, it's the crucial issue in terms of operation. Contingency means that even that we have a COVID-19 or a similar crisis again, you have to have operational manuals and you have to have operational plans in order to avoid or mitigate that risks. This is very crucial. The second part is to deal with, to find a way in order to maintain the balance between fixed and variable cost. That means that you have to have in your mind that maybe for a period have to increase, but even to reduce staff for various reasons in order to, let's say, because of unexpected events like COVID-19 era.
Fascinating. Thank you. Okay, so we are done for today, I think, at least this session. Maybe you have still time to visit one of the other sessions in case they are still running. So I think I allow myself to say on behalf of the organizer, thank you for attending and see you for dinner tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.